Issued. This is going to be a very long day with a lot of warnings. This is the first one. This is Doppler radar indicated. We have a tornado watch for all of northeast Kansas. I expect to see dangerous storms in the area, most likely through 9 or 10 o'clock this evening. It could go longer than that, but let's start this. We have the first tornado warning of the day that's just been issued a few moments ago for parts of Clay and Riley County. That's it right there. As soon as this storm began to develop, it was already showing signs of rotation. So that's the warning area right there. I'm going to check out the velocity on this and show you where the spin is located. So if you're in Riley County, you know a weather radio is going off. I want to show you which parts of the county are actually in danger here. Clay County as well. It's not the entirety of both counties that are in the hazard here. You can see the rotation on radar right there, a couple of miles north of Wakefield. It's moving to the northeast at this point. So Leonardville, Riley, if you're in these two towns, you should be taking shelter right now. Hey, Doug, I've got an assignment for you really fast. Yeah, make sure they have the live captioning running in some form or fashion. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go back to the warning here. It is a Doppler radar indicated tornado at this point, and there are storm chasers and all of this stuff. So right there, the tornado warning goes until 1:30 p.m. The storm moving northeast, Leonardville, you'll be in the path of this. I don't have live video of this one at this point. If it moves a little farther northeast, we may be able to catch it on the Manhattan live camera. I'm going to put this back on the now version here, and we'll look at exactly where that rotation is showing up. So it's a couple miles southwest of Leonardville. Looks to be the spot for this. You can see the well-defined hook echo there. I'm going to stop this one as well, and you can see here is the spin right there. So the town of Riley, they're on the right side of your screen. Probably not in the path of this, but if you're in Riley, take shelter right now. If you're in Manhattan, this is not moving towards you. If you're in Clay Center, this is not moving towards you. You have problems later in the day, but right now, that part of this storm that does have rotation with it and could produce a tornado is moving to the northeast. So folks around Leonardville, you should be taking shelter right now with this. Let's do some times of arrival on this. We'll go from the middle of the rotation off to the northeast, and we'll take it right toward towns like Leonardville, Riley. Looks like you've got really just a few minutes. 1:36 p.m. it would arrive in Leonardville, maybe even a little sooner than that, I think. So if you're in Riley and Leonardville in this area, you need to be taking shelter right now, as again, that's a storm with rotation. At this point, we don't have confirmation of it touching down, but with the atmosphere as volatile as it is today, we're probably going to have a lot of these tornado warnings, and I do expect to see confirmed tornadoes touching down in northeast Kansas today. I'm going to zoom out here. We'll be doing this for hours today, so this is just getting started. Let me put it over to the composite so you can see the story of what's going on to the south of us and why this looks like it's going to be such a long day. We're only at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't tend to get tornado warnings this early in the day as it is, but we're already getting them going here. So what you'll see down to the south is this big line of storms in Oklahoma and also near Wichita. That stuff is all moving northeast and is likely to affect us as the afternoon rolls on. We don't have sunset for 7 hours. There's plenty of time for the atmosphere to stay warm around here. So we're expecting to see a lot of that stuff moving in our direction. So again, tornado warning for Clay and Riley counties going until 1:30. That's the only storm we have right now that has signs of spinning that's in the WIBW viewing area. It's possible that we could see, I don't know if we'll have a break after that one or not. I kind of doubt it. Tornado watch goes till 7 p.m. This is the map that's in effect now. 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Baseball-sized hail is possible. There's a significant chance of seeing big hail and damaging winds in the area. Supercast is this way. This feature you see right up here that includes a storm near Riley and Leonardville, that's a warm front is what this is. See the winds kind of coming in from the east-northeast right there, and then from Manhattan, Topeka, Holton, the winds are from the south. That's the warm front. Everything to the south of that is very unstable air. To the southwest, there's more jet stream energy and the dry line moving in. That's setting off storms and severe weather and the threat of tornadoes as well. So we get to 5 p.m., we have widespread storms. You could have tornadoes embedded in this line. As we get to 7, 8 o'clock, still seeing isolated storms in spots, and there'll continue to be rotation with a lot of these. So tornado warnings are likely through the day. Right now, if you're in Leonardville, Riley, that area, you need to be taking shelter. If you're in Manhattan and Clay Center, your weather radio might have gone off or apps on your phone might have gone off, but you're not in a tornado warning at this point. So you're okay in those areas to relax for a minute. Dew points are in the mid-60s. Yesterday we had dew points in the low 60s. This is a much more unstable air mass. The jet stream aloft is much stronger than it was yesterday, and folks across Nebraska and Iowa were just terrorized with tornadoes yesterday evening, and that could happen in those same areas again today, but now it's with the bullseyes much closer to us, so be ready for a dangerous day of weather here. Powerful jet stream aloft staying in place. This is the Storm Prediction Center outlook for how much tornado risk we have today. We've got the 10% hatched area across northeast Kansas, all of us, and a bullseye of even higher values. It goes to southern Lyon County, Coffee County, all the way into Oklahoma City in the northeast part of Texas. That's a very large area to be considered in that kind of risk level for tornadoes. Hail risk is even higher. Topeka, northeast Kansas, 30 percentile, 45% down to the south, and the risk of seeing winds is just as high. Here's a wide look at supercast against single storms developing in Oklahoma and moving our way through the afternoon, as well as other storms just developing right on top of us. So the stuff that's developing now is along the warm front, but the dry line and the jet stream energy all start coming our way as the evening rolls on. And this is going to be a long day with a lot of these tornado warnings. So right now the tornado watch goes until 7 p.m. Large tornadoes are possible. It's something the National Weather Service is mentioning. And we already have this one with a tornado warning, and it's just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We typically see our tornado warnings more commonly between the hours of 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock. There's a live look from Manhattan right now as I'm keeping an eye on that storm. It's just far enough out of town that I can't get a good look at it from this vantage point, but you can see the darker sky there as you look off past the horizon. This is looking from the Flint Hills Discovery Center to the northwest, and you can actually see the lights over there from Bill Snyder Family Stadium on the very distant horizon. So that's the direction we're looking, is to the northwest across Manhattan right now. So again, tornado warning going until 1:30 p.m. and that's going to be for Clay County and Riley County. We do not have a confirmation of this touching down. Doug, do you have any updates from the chat on that?
I don't, no. The last update I have is a little bit before 1 o'clock when it was first issued, so it shouldn't take too much longer for an update from the Weather Service on the location and an update on the polygon.
Okay, let's check out the velocity on this again and see where the spin is located at this point. It looks like it should be pretty close to Leonardville at this point, and it looks like it's just southwest of Riley still at this point. So I'll zoom back in on this. The hook echo is not as pronounced as it was earlier, but sometimes you can see these the hook echo actually kind of get pulled into the rest of the storm. So what we have there is the rotation on this is going to be right here. You've got the counterclockwise spin. The red returns on radar going away from the radar. The green's going toward. So that's where you've got this spin right there. And so folks in Leonardville and Riley, you should be taking shelter right now. I'm going to put the loop back on here. Watch it spin across there one more time. If it'll go. There we go. There we go. All right, so we've got the spin coming in. That was it, yeah. Kind of forms over Wakefield, and then now it's moving right there by Highway 82, getting close to Leonardville and Riley. I don't see this being a very tight spin at this time, so you know, I can't, sometimes if they have a really tight spin or if they see debris flying, there might have been a debris signature for a moment with that, as a matter of fact. I think that might have touched down, Doug.
I'm looking at it now.
I'm going to back up on this again. I think it might have touched down a moment ago.
Let's see. Yeah, I did see, I think I see what you're seeing.
Right there on the big screen. See that right there north
right, yeah.
of Wakefield?
North of Wakefield.
And you roll it forward, and then it's pronounced. That might have touched down a moment ago. I mean, that's very possible that it may have actually touched down. So I can't say this is a confirmed tornado yet, but I can say from looking at the debris tracker on the radar, that looked like a debris signature to me. So we might have had a brief tornado touchdown. It could have lifted at this point. Are you checking the pictures over there, Daniel?
Yeah, still no updates just yet. I refreshed it about a minute ago.
So if you have pictures of storms, number one, be safe. Don't put your safety at risk to get a picture of a tornado. If you're in a safe spot and you have something, or hail or wind or whatever, you can submit pictures to WIBW.com or the weather page. We can't share your pictures from Facebook or Twitter. We can't do that anymore like we used to. So please keep that in mind. But if you send them into WIBW.com through the weather portal there, then we can show anything that you share with us, of course, as long as You know, it's something we can get on TV and will help people know what's going on with the storms. So there, the hook echo is a little more evident now, just southwest of Riley, just north of Milford. So if you're in Manhattan and your weather radio is going off, you're okay right now. If you're in Clay Center and your weather radio is going off, you're fine right now as well. Leonardville, Riley, you are very close to this storm. And again, just a few minutes ago, and I'll show you what I mean here by debris. I'm going to bring this back up and why I think it may have a tornado touchdown. You'll see right there a little spot of blue showed up as it comes out of Clay County into Riley County, and it's a very tight little circle right there. That looks like it may have been debris of some sort being pulled up by this storm. So that's what we're looking for a lot of times. Sometimes it's a little more scattered than that, but in this case, it looked like it was pretty organized. So they've modified the warning now. And what you noticed there is the polygon got smaller. It was in the eastern part of Clay County. Now it's just in Riley County. So what the Weather Service is saying when they do that is they're saying that the rotation is out of Clay County. The rotation is only located in Riley County now. So Leonardville, Riley should be taking shelter right now. You're still in the path of this. It is a radar indicated tornado according to the Weather Service. That's what we got right here. And it's moving to the northeast at roughly 30 miles per hour. Not racing toward Randolph. It looks like it's almost going east-northeast, the rotational part of it. But if you're in Riley, I strongly encourage you to take shelter right now if you're in Riley or close to Riley. If you're in Leonardville, you probably have hail about the size of a ping pong ball that's falling around town right now. You should also be staying inside.
Jeremy, the Weather Service said Leonardville is going to be at 115. Leonardville is the city that is most concerning.
115?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how long from now is that?
40 minutes.
4 minutes. Leonardville, take shelter right now. The Weather Service says that you are about 4 minutes from a potential tornado arriving in town. So let's hit stop on this. I'm going to zoom in more closely on the rotation here. And Leonardville, you should be taking shelter right now as you have a potential tornado heading your way. Did they mention the debris on that by chance? I guess probably not.
They didn't because it's still radar indicated.
Okay. What's that new update that's scrolling? Is that the this update?
It's that new update, yeah.
Okay. All right, Leonardville, take shelter right now. There's also rotation showing very close to the town of Riley at this point. And you can have multiple tornadoes out of these things. It wouldn't be a total surprise. So there goes that rotation. Right in this area here is where they're seeing it. So it came by Wakefield, crossing Highway 82, almost to Highway 24, almost to Leonardville at this point. So if you're in these areas, you need to take shelter right now. Just get away from windows, put as many walls as possible between you and the potential storm. And Randolph, you should be ready to take shelter. Olsburg should be ready to take shelter. Keats, you should also be paying attention to this as well. And again, it's just far enough away from my camera that I can't get a shot on it, unfortunately. But we're watching the rotation on the radar here and letting you know what's going on. So again, Leonardville, you should be taking shelter. Riley, you're barely out of the warning, as a matter of fact, right now. They've taken you out of the warning. The hook echo showing up right there and making its way north and east. So Leonardville, Weather Service says that you could be dealing with a tornado in the next few moments here. They said 115. We're at 114 now, so we're close to that. Anybody in Leonardville should be taking shelter right now.
So yeah, we have a new picture that came in. It doesn't show a lot, but it actually, if you want to click that.
Take Daniel's shot, guys, please.
So we do have some pictures here. It looks like we're getting some of those.
What I wanted to show you, not just because of the picture, but it says Highway 77 and Highway 82. Okay, that's great. You put in location. Please make sure to put the time too. So we want time and location when you send in pictures. That's really important that we have that in there. Pictures are great, but we need more info when it comes to captioning on what we're looking at. So that helps other viewers know when and where these are taken. So you can go back to Jeremy and Chromikey.
Yeah, come on back, that's right. All right, so we still have the rotation that's near Leonardville at this time. Take the wall, guys, bridge. There you go, thank you. Leonardville, still in the path of this potential tornado. I'm seeing the hook echo down here right now, getting closer to Riley at this point. So they may be tracking one area of rotation and then a new one shows up. We could have a different tornado warning in a few moments here. That's a real possibility for this other part of the storm that's getting closer to Riley here. Is that Highway 77 we're looking at there? I believe it is. So zooming back out on this, if you're around the town of Riley, you're not in the tornado warning at this point, but that hook, that new hook, is showing up just to the west of you.
Yeah, Weather Service said those two supercells there are emerging. The initial one has dissipated, but Clay County Sheriff said they did observe a funnel that has since gone away, but
Okay.
continue to monitor it.
I really wonder if that thing touched down when it was just northeast of Wakefield. That debris mode looked like it may have at least briefly touched down. So if it touched down and came back up, great. But they're saying there's two supercells merging as they're seeing. So a little while ago, you could actually see two different versions. There's a version coming this way and another one coming up here past Wakefield. What they're saying is these two have come together as one storm there. That does happen. It's not a rare thing, but it typically is a sign that you're having an extremely strong day of storms. And sometimes when they merge, they do become more powerful. That does happen sometimes. So we have to watch that dude really closely now in Riley County. Down the line, I'm going to give you a heads up here. Pottawatomie County, I'd be surprised if you didn't have a tornado warning issue in the next 30 minutes. I'm not sure it'll happen in the next few moments, but Pottawatomie, if this thing continues making its way northeast, we'd be looking at Olsburg having an issue. If it becomes more powerful and starts riding farther to the east, which sometimes these do when they get stronger, we might be looking at Westmoreland, might be an issue. Manhattan will probably stay north of you, but Pottawatomie County, heads up, I would not be surprised in any way. I'd actually be surprised if you don't have a tornado warning out of this in a few minutes there in Pottawatomie County. So heads up, that storm looks like it's getting more organized, frankly. It had the two different areas of rotation, and really now, to me, it looks like it has one that's kind of starting to dominate. We'll check out the velocity on that and see if the hook echo is starting to show up in the same spot as the rotation. Yeah, it is. All right. So Highway 77, I believe is what this is. Doug, can you make sure I'm not saying that wrong? If it's Highway 7, it's 24 and 77. It goes through Riley. Okay. Thanks.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Just want to make sure I wasn't saying it wrong. So 77, 24 go through Riley, and I see rotation right there, just maybe a mile west of Riley at this point. The rotation that was going past Leonardville, I can't say that it's gone, but I don't see it as significantly right now. And the supercell storm, there's still some rotation there northeast of Riley. It's just embedded in the storm. But the bottom side of this, the south side of this, is where you see the hook becoming more pronounced at this point, and you certainly can see spin right there that's almost right over the town of Riley. So Riley and Leonardville both should be taking shelter right now. Randolph, you are very close to this, so you should be taking shelter or at least ready to do so. I'm going to give you a distance on this from this first rotation that's there. That's this one right here. It'll be about 5 miles southwest of Leonardville is that first rotation. This next rotation right here is maybe a mile west of Riley. So these are both areas that are of spin on this thing, and either one of those areas could produce a tornado at any time. I really think that first one did about 20 minutes ago as it came out of Clay County into Riley County. And this is early in the day. This is just 1:19 in the afternoon. Most of the time when we're breaking into programming for tornadoes, it's between the hours of 4 o'clock and about 9. That's really the peak. Sometimes on bad days it goes later into the night, but it's very uncommon that we're covering tornadoes at 1 p.m. It was just about 2 weeks ago that Doug was uncovering tornadoes near Overbrook at 6 a.m. This is a really unique year, and you saw the wild tornadoes yesterday. You probably saw a video of those from Nebraska and Iowa. We were really surrounded by tornadoes yesterday, and the energy today is much higher in the atmosphere than what we had yesterday. So some of those things that happen in neighboring states could happen again today, but now we have the storms developing over us as well. So this is not the only batch of storms. What we have there, this line is along a warm front that's in place right now. The dew points and humidity and temperatures are all lower to the north of this line. Now, as you look farther to the south, what you'll see, I'll zoom this out, you'll see that down in Oklahoma, there are more storms developing as we come out on this. So this is not the only game in town. There's more storms down here in Oklahoma. This stuff is where the jet stream maximum winds are located, and that's coming our way. And the jet stream then kind of curves and goes back up into Nebraska farther to the north. So all of that spin, that rotate, that that trough shape in the jet stream is helping to amplify these as well. But you can see supercells down to the south are lined up, and these will continue making their way northeast through the day. This warm front may meander north and south a little bit, but it's going to continue firing off storms that could be severe or tornadic anytime during the day. And also, we could have storms develop anywhere out between these two, between the warm front and the dry line feature and the jet stream energy. Anything in that pocket here from Wichita all the way over to Springfield, Missouri, you could see a storm develop anytime in that region and become severe or even produce tornadoes. So again, around the town of Riley and Randolph, you are closest to the rotation that we're dealing with here in northeast Kansas right now. It's still going to be a long day of a lot of warnings. We have the tornado watch going until 7 p.m. We're live on TV here. We're live streaming on YouTube, of course. We're live streaming on Facebook and WIBW.com. However you're getting our message, just make sure you're weather aware today. I know that most of you that are seeing this right now aren't in Riley or aren't in the town of Randolph or in between. But all of northeast Kansas is probably going to see some sort of warning today. There's a significant risk of seeing not only tornadoes, but also very large hail. So here's Supercast showing that warm front saying aggravated the next few hours. And by 4 o'clock, it shows a lot of activity from Oklahoma getting into Emporia, Council Grove, Topeka, Osage City, Lawrence. That's if everything behaves like the model, just like the model is showing right now. 5, 6 o'clock, now we still have these supercells that are over the area. So this is going to be a long day with a lot of warnings. We still have the warning for Riley County until 1:30 p.m. The town of Riley and the town of Randolph are close to the rotation. I haven't seen reports on it touching down at this point. The radar showed it might have been some debris flying a few minutes ago, but there's that jet stream energy. Yesterday, this was nothing like this. This is all 100 knots or higher streaking in from the south, southwest, and that's just a classic pattern to set up severe weather risk. The tornado risk is extremely high. You do not see 15% risk areas with black hash marks on it from the Weather Service very often. 15% is a very high number. The black hash marks represent the possibility of F2 to F5 tornadoes exist. If it's a lower end, they might have a 2 or a 5%, and they'll say that tornadoes are possible or a couple of tornadoes are possible. In this event, they're saying things like violent tornadoes are possible, strong tornadoes are possible, large tornadoes are possible. They don't try to scare people with the language here. They generally are pretty dry readings when you read through the Storm Prediction Center reports.
Tornado warning coming in.
Okay, who's it for?
It is for portions of Pottawatomie and Riley.
Okay, so Pottawatomie County is now in a tornado warning. I mentioned a few minutes ago I'd be surprised if you didn't have a tornado warning in Pottawatomie County, and now you do. So let's check it out. Onega is going to be in this most likely. Westmoreland would be closest to this. So there's the storms. Look north from Manhattan toward this. And I'll keep kind of watching the horizon there to see if it gets close enough to actually pick it out. I'm looking at the right cloud there. I don't see the actual tornado itself at this point, but we're certainly looking in the right direction. So as check out the warning that just came in, it is for a lot of the northeast central part of Riley County and then the western part of Pottawatomie County. This warning goes until 2 p.m.
This is Olsburg, Randolph, and Tuttle Creek will be there around 1:30 in those areas. Olsburg, Randolph, and Tuttle Creek.
Tuttle Creek, okay.
Yeah, Tuttle Creek Lake, yeah.
Thank you, Doug. So we'll zoom in on this. That's going to be the rotation we were looking at a few minutes ago that was going over Riley. And on the velocity here, we'll check this out and see what we've got. Let's hit now on there. So there's your rotation in this, right about there, just south of Randolph, getting close to Olsburg at this time. Looks like it may be, let's check the hook echo again, the reflectivity. Come on, there we go. All right, so the hook echo for this was right by Riley a few moments ago. Now it's right in here. So the hook echo itself looks like it's about to go across Tuttle Creek Lake. So if you have friends or family camping at Tuttle Creek Lake, give them a call and tell them to take shelter. If you're out there in a camper and you hit by a tornado or even a strong straight line winds, that's extremely dangerous. I believe the folks that were injured near Overbrook the other day were in a camper because their home had some repairs going on, so they were hit by this and injured. So if you're in a camper, an RV, or whatever it is, or tent, that's not a place to take shelter. You're going to need to find a better shelter if you're out there at Tuttle Creek Lake right now. There is a dangerous storm there with a potential tornado that could touch down at any time. So the rotation on this looks like it's getting right there over Highway 77, just about to get to Highway 16, and really across the north end of Tuttle Creek Lake. Looks to be the most dangerous part of this. So I'm going to go ahead and back up and see if I can see the tower camera again. So that's the view from Manhattan looking to the north, and the rotation on this would kind of be in the back middle of the shot there. I don't see it touching down at this point, but it looks like it's in heavy rain as well. If you've stepped outside, certainly you can tell how humid it is. Some of these storms today will be the rain-wrapped variety. Many times tornadoes in Kansas, you can see them for 15 or 20 miles. This might be a day where it's hard to see them until they're just too close. So in this case, we're watching north from Manhattan toward Tuttle Creek Lake. I don't see anything out there at this point. But again, the Weather Service doesn't just issue tornado warnings for no reason. They do it when they see a danger on these. And in this case, they see enough rotation on this coming past the town of Riley, heading toward Olsburg, that they are putting out the tornado warning on this. Doug, can you tell me the forward speed they gave us on this, please?
Yeah, on that one, back on. On that one, it was moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Okay. So here we are right there. That's the rotation of this, is right here in this part of the storm, going right across the north end of Tuttle Creek Lake right now. So the town of Randolph, you're probably getting big hail right now. The Weather Service says it could be up to 1.5 inches in diameter. And the town of Olsburg, you should be taking shelter right now. Get to the lowest level of your house, put as many walls as possible between you and the storm. You don't want to be around windows. Stay away from windows. Even if the tornado misses you, they can break out windows. And if the wind is strong enough with hail, the hail will come in from the side and break out the windows, and that kind of thing can happen. So stay away from windows. Put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. So what you want to do is, if you can't put more than one wall between you and the storm, if that's the best you can do, then that's the best you can do. But if you have an interior bathroom or an interior closet, the smaller the room, the better. If you've ever made a house of cards or that kind of thing, you'll find the smaller your structure, the more stable it is. So if you can find the smallest bathroom you have, the smallest bedroom, if that's what it is, or an interior closet, those things are the most sturdy. So just play the wall game is what I call it. How many walls can you put between you and the outside? So if you don't know where to take shelter in Olsburg, if you have a basement, that's the spot. If you don't have a basement, the lowest level of your house, the first floor, that's what you got. And then put as many walls as you can between you and the storm. At Olsburg, that is a significant rotation coming across the north end of Tuttle Creek Lake right now and getting very close to you to this time. So I don't believe it's confirmed at this point, but the rotation looks to me like it's picking up in intensity there a bit at the north end of Tuttle Creek Lake, getting close to Olsburg at this time. So Olsburg, please take shelter now. Again, I don't have confirmation this thing is down. If we do, Doug's going to yell at me quite loudly and make sure that
right.
I know, or Daniel will, or both of you. But right now, again, I'm still watching from the camera from Flint Hills Discovery Center, which is on the south side of Manhattan. So I just can't quite see that far. It's probably 15 miles from that camera. But you can probably see as well as I can here that the colors are getting brighter. That red getting brighter, that's definitely tightening up. Olsburg's got to take shelter now. Highway 16 is coming across Highway 16 right now. That's the rotation is. Go back to the now mode here. And that rotation right here is what I'm most concerned about. These numbers won't be scary big, I don't think, when I pop these on here. See how fast everything's moving. 48 miles per hour in one direction. And what do we have right beside it here? Got to step back to keep my table out of the interactive stuff. So minus 23. So you have 48 mile per hour winds on one side, 23 miles per hour. The other side going opposite directions. And that's the radar estimating it. So it could, if it's a smaller area where a tornado is occurring, then you may not be able to see big numbers. So, but that just tells me how fast these things are moving in opposite directions right there, just southwest of Olsburg, very close to Highway 16 at this point. So if you're in those areas, you need to take shelter right now.
Keeping my eye on northeast of Seneca.
Go ahead.
There might be a little bit of rotation up there.
Near Seneca?
Yeah, near Seneca.
Okay, all right. We'll zoom out on that. Again, Olsburg. Olsburg should be taking shelter right now, please. You are in a tornado warning. You're close to what I see as a significant rotation showing up there on
It's not really
radar.
showing well on our radar, but I'm looking on my app.
The stuff
on
near
radar
Seneca?
scope. Yeah, up towards Seneca.
Okay.
You can kind of see a little bit of a hook from reflectivity. It's kind of going in and out with the hook, so it's probably why they're not.
Is it Seneca or Hiawatha?
No, northeast of Seneca.
Yeah, just
Both
near
of
But there
them
is
then.
also another one south of Hiawatha.
As soon as I looked at Seneca,
Yeah.
I see the one near Hiawatha.
There's a couple of others that we're watching too on those.
All right,
possible-
so this is gonna be an active day, no doubt. So, all right, number one, Olsburg, you take shelter right now, please, just right away. There could be a tornado hit Olsburg any moment here. I'm not saying it's on the ground. I don't know for sure, but the rotation there is significant and it's tightening. Hiawatha, get ready. You may have to take shelter in a minute. The northeast part, reserve, I believe, is up there, just north of Hiawatha as well. I'm going to zoom in and see where you are, give you a heads up. There's no severe storm warning, no tornado warning, any of that in Brown County right now. But if you are in Robinson, Reserve, Hamlin, White City, Nebraska, that is, you should be ready to take shelter any moment here. And then the northeast part of Nemaha County, that storm developing a hook as well, probably will make it in Nebraska before it causes problems. Is that an update on the old warning?
That's just an expiration on a warning from Riley County.
Okay. The old one's 1:30 now. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right, so the area that's the most concerned right now immediately is Olsburg. Olsburg should be taking shelter at this moment. If you're in Olsburg, you need to be in your tornado shelter or tornado safe space, whatever you have. Put as many walls as you can between you and the storm, and make sure that, that you are not close to windows. You want to put as many walls as possible between you and this potential tornado. There is the tornado warning. Westmoreland, you're right on the edge of this. Olsburg, you're right in it. Randolph, probably in the hail. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, Olsburg 1:35 is the time for the dangerous storm to be in your area, and Westmoreland 1:45.
Thank you. So if it takes kind of a right turn, which they do when they get stronger sometimes, it could, and that's a significant rotation. There's no doubt about it. Olsburg needs to take shelter right now. I'm going to go to the debris mode here, and I saw some spots that might have been debris a few moments ago here, just maybe 2 miles southwest of Olsburg. Right now, I don't see debris in that latest image, but if you are there in Olsburg, please take shelter right now. This is the reflectivity with the correlation coefficient over. It's what I'm looking at. And correlation coefficient, that's just a big word for debris. What the radar is looking at, we're looking for debris, is the dual pole radars now. What they see is they can see, okay, there's something out there, and that just gives you a color of how much coverage there is. What we mean when we say correlation coefficient or debris mode is the radar can measure the size and shape generally of what it's seeing. So if you have a whole bunch of raindrops that are one size and then a bunch of leaves mixed in or tree branches, or whatever the tornado's picked up and lofted in the air, then it says these things don't correlate. So it gives a different value. If all the raindrops are the same size, or if it's dust, or if it's clouds, it sees one thing. But if it sees a mixture of things, then that screams out to us, hey, this is a problem. Stuff is flying in the air that isn't the same size and doesn't match shape. So that's what lets us know sometimes there's debris. Doug, what was that update?
It's just an update on Raleigh and Pottawatomie County. For some reason it was getting in our system first and not chat, so let me see what it was showing on there.
Okay.
It may just be, maybe ours is behind, because yeah, it's Olsburg at 1:35, Westmoreland at 1:45.
Okay. So it's like it's the area we're talking about already. Olsburg,
Right.
take shelter right now. It looks like there could be a tornado touchdown there at any time. I'll go back over to the velocity and show you where the spin was located, and it's just right to the west of Olsburg, maybe a mile. And from what I see, it's becoming more organized, and it's starting to turn to the right, and it looks like it's going toward Olsburg from what I see. So I'm going to stop the image right here, and we'll go ahead and draw on this, and I'll show you where everything's going on. We have radar returns that are going away from the radar right here, and then going toward the radar's near Alma is where it is. And then you have the radar returns going this direction the opposite way. So right there, just maybe a mile west of Olsburg, if that. And then keep in mind that the storm's, of course, moving. So the time it takes me to even show you this, the thing's going to move a little bit. So right there west of Olsburg, 2 miles, maybe 3. That's how far away it is. So put it back into motion, and you can see which way it's going. And it's right toward Olsburg. Olsburg, take shelter right now. Don't take time to think about it. Don't take pictures of it. Just get to shelter, please, right now. I've seen at least 2 different times this tornado might have touched down, one just north of Wakefield and another about 10 minutes ago where it looked like it might have been debris from this thing, but we don't have confirmation officially it's touched down. But it looks like if you see those blue spots, Now, I'll back it up and just show you what I'm talking about here. And you'll see what might have been debris. So right here, let's stop this, and I'm going to back it up a few frames. That spot just southwest of town, this may have been debris right about here, maybe. And then a few minutes before that, when it came out of Clay County, it looked like it might have touched down as well. I'll back up a little farther so you can see what I mean, folks. And right about there is when it was in the east part of Clay County, just north of Wakefield. That looks like debris to me, at least for a few moments there. So this storm is likely to produce, it could produce tornado anytime. I'm pretty sure it has touched down at least a couple of times. It may not have done damage to to structures, that kind of thing. Maybe some leaves that's pulled up, but either way, it looks like it may have touched down. I want to check out the storm back over here in Brown County as well and see if it's starting to spin again or not. And that storm that is in Brown County, just to the southeast of Hiawatha, I'll check out the velocity on this and see if it does have spin. It had a hook echo. What we're seeing is the storm that's right now in Riley County and Pottawatomie County. Earlier, when it was moving across Clay County, it went from nothing to rotating very, very quickly. So I've got to watch everything here to see if something else doesn't just surprise us. So, all right, right now, if you're in Olsburg, take shelter right now. If you're in Olsburg, let me zoom out on this. You can see the rotation even from the wide version of the radar. There it is, coming into the eastern part of Pottawatomie County. So in Olsburg, take shelter right now. That thing is just maybe a mile away from you at the most. We'll zoom in on this again. And there's the tornado warning. It goes until 2 p.m. Hail the size of, well, 1.5 inches, ping pong ball size is the size of that. But Olsburg, you're right there close to this rotation. Put the velocity back on here for you. And you'll see that it's coming just right down Highway 16 now toward Olsburg. So if you're up toward Wheaton, you should be paying attention to this. Westmoreland should be watching this as well, just in case as well. I'll zoom it out and tell you who else is in the path of this, continues doing what it's doing. So it's going to be traveling to the east, maybe northeast. And these storms today could go on for a long time. I don't expect to see one of these storms last 5 minutes and then suddenly, it's canceled early. These things are going to last probably until they ride out of the viewing area. So this storm near Olsburg right now, be looking at Centralia here, could be dealing with this in a while. Let's see what kind of distance we have there. If we go from the rotation of this to the Nemaha County line, you're looking at maybe 25 miles, and the storm is moving about 35 miles per hour. So if you're in areas like Centralia, Seneca, Goff, Frankfort, Beatty, Sabetha, you may be dealing with this 45 minutes or an hour from now. So we're watching that storm near Olsburg, has significant rotation with it. It has tornado warning. It's had a couple of tornado warnings with it. May have touched down a little while ago.
All right, so we got a new update on that warning. They have canceled the tornado warning for Riley County. So if you are in Riley County, you are in the clear. You can get away from your safe shelter if you are. You can come out of your safe shelter. You're not out of the woods for the rest of the afternoon. You could have another warning later on today, but at least with this storm, you're okay. But as far as the storm continuing in Pottawatomie County, Olsburg, it's pretty much on top of you right now. Westmoreland, you have about 10 minutes at 1:50 by the time it reaches your location.
All right, thank you, Doug. Any pictures coming in over there, Daniel?
Nothing new just yet. Still waiting for some more potential updates or new photos. But if you do have them, send them into our website, and we will try and show as many of them as we can.
All right, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Daniel. So again, we're watching this rotation near Olsburg at this point. It is still considered to be a Doppler radar indicated tornado. That's why I have this over here, so you always know what it is. The tornado warning is Doppler indicated. It's just Pottawatomie County now. Riley County is no longer in this tornado warning. The rotation from this has come out of Riley County and is fully in Pottawatomie County at this time. So the town of Olsburg, if you're in Olsburg, we've been telling you to take shelter for a while. I hope you are taking shelter. After the storm passes by, give me 10 minutes here before you do anything. But if you're in Olsburg, please stay in your shelter in the 10 minutes for me at least. And then after that, if you have anything broken, you can email us or drop us a picture on WIBW.com or drop us a line on Facebook. I have Isaac, if you can hear me in there, keep in mind you can holler at me from the newsroom. If you have pictures or reports of damage coming in, I'd want to know immediately. if you have something from Olsburg. But Olsburg, stay in your shelter at least 10 more minutes. The rotation is right on top of you in Olsburg right now. I'm going to check the debris mode, and I hope I don't see anything blue showing up close to Olsburg. So here it comes. This is going to be the velocity. Bring on the debris here. We'll put on the debris mode. This is correlation coefficient is what this product is called. If you were trying to check it out from a radar source at home, there is some blue showing up just south of Olsburg. This thing may have touched down. It's a real possibility. Put on the correlation coefficient and velocity here so I can see both of those together. So I've got some of these blues showing up very close to where the rotation is. It's not that's not what it needs to be, but that's the area where we can see dangerous weather, dangerous conditions at any time. That's where there might be a tornado at this time. Could be on the ground or at least close to it. So around Olsburg, stay in your safe spot, your tornado shelter at least for 10 more minutes. Now zooming back out on this, the tornado warning goes until 2 p.m. Westmoreland is right on the edge of the tornado warning, but the rotation is already well north of you, so the possibility hits Westmoreland is small. I'm not saying you're safe or that's a zero risk of a tornado. It would have to make a hard right turn to get to Westmoreland, and that seems unlikely. Now, as I look at this again, what I see is this storm looks like it's going to ingest another storm. A few moments ago, about 15 minutes ago, we saw it ingest a first storm, then the rotation got bigger on this. Now, what I'm seeing there is that we had another storm develop kind of out ahead up there near Manhattan, and now it's getting sucked into this one. So you can see it kind of growing, getting bigger. So we got to watch out for this. When it gets into southeast Marshall County and southwest Nemaha County, this new storm being ingested, it's the time of day, it's the atmosphere in the state it's in, that could make this thing even more powerful. From what I've seen of these things in the past, it'll lose a little strength initially as they kind of bind together, but then they oftentimes start to become even stronger after the merger is finished off. So Onega, you got to take shelter right now. If you're not already, please do. I can't imagine that Onega, if you're going to be harmed by the storm, then it's already happening. There's a tornado watch till 9 o'clock now. Doug, is that for our area or is that out of our area?
That was for Atchison County.
Atchison County, okay, so that's from the Missouri state line. All right, so again, Onega, you need to be taking shelter right now. Zoom in closer on that again, and the northwest part there, Olsburg, I'm saying Onega, Olsburg, take shelter right now. You are in, you're very close to this. If you haven't already, then you've already got stuff going on around you, but you've got to be taking shelter right now there. Westmoreland, this probably stays just north of you. Wheaton, you should be ready to take shelter. The rotation on this is persistent, and it's lasted for about an hour now. Yeah, this has been going on for about an hour. The tornado warning hasn't been going on for a full hour, but the rotation on that started about an hour ago in Clay County. So let's zoom this out, and you can see that rotation is long-lived. It started down here, and there it is, coming right up into the Olsburg area now. So it's been tracking since just north of Wakefield, the first rotation showing up there, and it cuts across the Randolph, Riley areas, and then now it's over Olsburg. So this is the kind of day where I mentioned earlier, we're seeing the potential of storms that last a long time. A lot of times our tornadoes may last 25 minutes and they're gone. A day like this, these storms could last for hours and continue even after they get out of our area. Many times, storms like this can have tornado warnings going on for 200 miles for the same storm. It may have a path at times. It's 5 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles, a couple of long ones, but it could stay just like this on radar and be potentially dangerous for a long, long time. So again, you need to be taking shelter there in Olsburg. If you're not already, I think the storm is just about past Olsburg, so you're close. Zooming in again. The rotation is just right there, just northeast of Olsburg from what I see. Let's go to Daniel, guys.
We do have some new pictures in. This one from Olsburg, submitted by Tim Inns.
And Dan, that's a slideshow if you don't see that.
Oh, yeah.
Three
so
boxes
we have some other
below.
photos.
Yeah.
It looks like that's the decent wall cloud hanging down there pretty well. and that is also a good shot of that. So these are some good pictures of the storm. Nothing that is indicating tornado on the ground right now, but definitely seeing those intimidating looking sort of wall clouds. Those are the ones that will spawn those tornadoes more often than not. You'll see that sort of as a precursor. So definitely at the least we're seeing a lot of that rotation and the potential for a storm like this to drop a tornado. But at the moment, our photos, at least from what we've seen submitted so far, haven't shown one on the ground. Not a reason to take this any lighter. We still definitely have a lot of potential with this storm. It's been going on for a good 30, 40 minutes now with this rotation, so could be dropping at really any time here while the warning's still going on.
And I just wanted to mention something else here. Tim, this is a fantastic photo. Just says Olsburg. That's great. We appreciate that, but make sure to put the time. Isabella did a great job with this captioning from Riley facing towards Leonardville at 1:19 p.m. That is perfect. That's what we need to know. That helps your fellow viewers know what you're looking at, when you're looking at it, and where you're at. And so that's the perfect captioning to have when giving us your photos, as we appreciate those very much. But it only helps us so much on knowing where you're at and what time you took that photo.
All right, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Daniel. Go back to the radar here. There's your rotation, just passing by Olsburg at this time, and it is still a distinct rotation. The Weather Service likely to continue this tornado warning. I can't imagine that they would drop that one at any point here. It looks like it's making its way kind of east-northeast, so heads up for southeast Marshall, southern parts of Nemaha, northwest Jackson County. We'll likely have a new tornado warning issued in a little bit. The warning itself here goes till 2 p.m. So the next tornado warning probably come out right before 2 p.m. is my guess. But this area right there, just out ahead of the rotation, kind of the east and northeast of it.
We got a new warning for Brown County for a tornado warning.
For that, probably that cell is developing right to the southeast of Hiawatha. Okay. Zoom in on this. Now we've got a tornado warning for Brown County. That's a significant rotation.
It'll be for Hiawatha and Robinson.
Hiawatha, Robinson.
Yes.
Hiawatha, take shelter right now in Hiawatha. Take shelter right now in Robinson. The most dangerous part of that is very close to Hiawatha. There you can see the rotation very easily on this one. It's coming across Highway 159 right on the south side of Hiawatha right now. So Hiawatha, we didn't give you a lot of lead time on when to take shelter. Take shelter now. Hiawatha, move fast. Don't call grandma or call your friends and say, did you hear about this or whatever. Go straight to shelter right now in Hiawatha. I don't have a camera there to show this to you, but I need you to just listen to me. In Hiawatha, take shelter immediately. This thing spun up very quick. These bright pinks on here are big numbers. I'm going to take a moment here and show you those numbers, but you go to the basement right now. If you're in Hiawatha, don't bother grabbing anything. Go to the basement. Don't look for your phone. Don't look for it. Just go to the basement. 10 minutes from now, you'll be fine. Hiawatha, if you're watching me there, you got to take shelter immediately. Lowest level of your place. Put as many walls as you can between you and the storm. I'll show you lots of fancy stuff in a minute on this thing. But please, Hiawatha, I can see that spun up very fast. It's got very big numbers right here in this part of the radar. I want to show them to you. They're going to be something triple digits maybe. But you need to be taking shelter right now in Hiawatha, anywhere in Hiawatha, just east of Hiawatha as well. This is a dangerous sign I can see on the radar right there. That storm spun up awfully quickly. So Hiawatha, take shelter right now. Don't do anything else. Don't call anybody, text anybody. If you're going to text, do it from the basement. Wherever you're going, go to your safe spot in Hiawatha right now. All right, so I'm going to show you some of the numbers on this thing now. We'll put it on stop mode here, and we'll check out what the data is showing, what some of these numbers are in velocity. This is going to probably be a big number here. There's 66. That number right here is going to be, let's see, a 101. So we have particles moving at least 100 miles per hour in the air over Hiawatha. This beam is about 4,000 feet above Hiawatha, so the readings we're getting there aren't at the ground, but there's a strong rotation over Hiawatha right now. You have to take shelter right now, please. If you're in the town of Hiawatha, you're very close to a very strong rotation, and I am very concerned with your safety there right now. In the town of Hiawatha. Again, take shelter right now there in Hiawatha. Olsburg, the rotation that was over you, looks like it's moved just past Olsburg at this point. We still have danger just to the east of Olsburg in the north central part of Pottawatomie County. I'm going to talk more about that one as well now, but Hiawatha and Randolph, not Hiawatha, was it Reserve? Who was it?
It was, Hiawatha and Robinson.
Robinson. You're awfully close to it too. Hiawatha is the closest to this though. So Robinson, you've got a couple of moments, maybe 4 minutes before this would get to you if it turns that way. The town of Hiawatha, you've got to take shelter right now from this. I'm going to check out the debris, and then I'm going to go back to Olsburg and see what's going on with that storm. I don't see anything flying here, but again, that radar beam is a little higher off the ground. So Robinson, take shelter now. Hiawatha, please take shelter right now. That's a very dangerous storm that is near Hiawatha. All right, I'm going to zoom back in onto the situation there near Olsburg. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado still, and I mentioned a few minutes ago, this is a merger of two storms at this time, so the rotation is a little messy at this point. It looks like there's a couple of areas of just stuff going on because the two different storms are becoming one storm there, and it can get stronger sometimes when these things come together. Right there, it looks like that looks like an even tighter rotation right there northeast of Olsburg at this time. So please, if you're in Olsburg, I think it's past you in Olsburg at this point, but in Olsburg, if you're northeast of Olsburg a few miles there, you should be taking shelter. You still have the tornado warning there. Westmoreland has been removed from that tornado warning as they saw that it was moving farther to the northeast. They went ahead and dropped you out of this, but I'm going to stop the radar here again. I'm going to zoom in manually and show you what you've got going on there. So there's what looks like a well-defined hook echo to me, and I'm going to give you a distance on the where this is from Olsburg, about 4 miles northeast of Olsburg. We'll go back to the velocity here, and that's where I see that's a well-defined rotation right there. And check out the data values on this. It's got a couple of points. There's 148, and there's one that's moving at minus 38 on the other side. So you can see the rotation right about there, just a couple of miles northeast of Olsburg, and that may be a new circulation that's kind of developed on that.
Weather Service just mentioned that it is broadening, and they're still going to be monitoring very closely on whether or not they're going to issue a new warning once this expires as we get to 2 o'clock. So just something to be aware of. It's not a 100% guarantee that it's going to continue past 2, but if it does, certainly be mindful if you are downstream of that in places like Wheaton and Onega and southern portions of Marshall County. Just be aware that any of those areas could be in line for a warning after 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Doug. So if you're in Hiawatha, you're still taking shelter right now, please. I think the storm is just 5 minutes from being away from Hiawatha. If you're in the town of Robinson, you're taking shelter right now as well. The lowest level of your house, if you have a basement, that's where you're going to be. You want to get under something if you can, like a workbench or a table or whatever, to protect yourself from anything falling. And the advice of wearing bike helmets, that's not bad guidance. A lot of injuries that happen with tornadoes are from folks that take some sort of injury to the head. An arm can heal nicely, but if you have an injury to the head from something hitting you, then that's something that doesn't always work out so well. So
that's new pictures for Daniel.
So just you need to take shelter there in Hiawatha and in Robinson right now. I'm going to check the debris mode on this and see if I see anything flying there around Hiawatha and Robinson. And because this beam's a little farther from the physical location of the radar, I don't see anything flying there at this moment, thankfully, but that doesn't mean there's not a tornado. That one could touch down really at any time. Here's the area where we're looking at Olsburg, and I'll show you kind of the merger of these two storms that was going on here. If you go back about 20 minutes, you can see there's a separate storm that came up near Westmoreland, and the parent storm is near Olsburg. So that storm near Westmoreland is completely in this thing near Olsburg at this time. Now, that's the second storm, and the parent storm is now taken in, so it is getting bigger in aerial coverage. So Wheaton, heads up, we got to watch this thing. It still has rotation. It's a messy rotation, but it's still spinning. And storms like this, once they start spinning, they tend to stay bad. We're also only at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so we have plenty of daytime heating to go to keep us dealing with rotating storms really all day long. Frankly, this is going to be a very long day of tornado warnings. I fully expect you'll be watching us on TV today for many hours, most likely. So again, that rotation coming past Olsburg becomes a little more disorganized, but what you will see ultimately is some area in here is going to become a dominant center of rotation, most likely, and then we'll have to worry about Onega, Corning, Centralia, Wetmore, maybe the northwest part of Jackson County could be impacted by this as well. But right now, that rotation is becoming a little less organized, and it's right there kind of to the northeast of Olsburg, about 5 miles. We'll pan back over here and look at the stuff going on near Hiawatha as well. We have a tornado warning that includes Hiawatha and Reserve, and it looks more impressive now than it did a moment ago on the radar. It tightened up right over Hiawatha where it initially popped up, and now it's on Highway 36, about halfway between Robinson and Hiawatha. So I'm going to hit the now button on this and stop it from moving. And we'll check out the data. Again, we'll have some big numbers in here where it's bright pink. There's 70 miles per hour. And just over beside it, you're going to have something that's negative, -1. So just within, a tenth of a mile, you've got things moving opposite directions at much different speeds. So what we're looking at there is what could be a tornado.
Do you have a new tornado warning for Marshall and Pottawatomie County?
Marshall and Pottawatomie. So Robinson takes shelter right now. Hiawatha, stay in shelter about 5 more minutes, and that thing will move past you. So the Weather Service now issuing a new tornado warning for Marshall and Pottawatomie County. Zooming out on this, that's a hook echo in Brown County. It looks really nasty at this point. But look at it one more time, then we'll go back over to Marshall and to Pottawatomie County. This last frame here, you can see the hook echo really taking a classic shape right there. That's close to being a tornado if it's not already. So if you're in this area just east of Hiawatha, Robinson, you got to take shelter right now. That's a really dangerous situation over there. All right, now we'll go back over to the Marshall and Pottawatomie County storms. Again, that's a tornado warning that's just been issued. It's for the...
So Blaine and Wheaton, that storm will be at your area around 2 o'clock, so you need to go to shelter immediately. You don't have a whole lot of time if you're in Blaine and Wheaton, and Lillis at 2:05.
Okay, Blaine, Wheaton, Lillis, all those areas, you are in the path of this new tornado warning that goes until 2:30. And Doug was mentioning you just got a couple of minutes there before this would arrive. So the National Weather Service issuing a fairly big area here in a new tornado warning with this. Did they say the location that they saw the potential rotation on this, Doug?
So it's 4 miles west of Blaine, moving northeast at 30.
4 miles west of Blaine, moving east at 30. Okay, thank you. So on the radar there, this is the same rotation we've been watching since it was in Clay County. It's been going for quite a while. So we're going to zoom in on this thing and see if we can find the rotation they're looking at from the National Weather Service. Again, if you're in Reserve and Hiawatha, you should be taking shelter right now. Still thinking about you guys over there. That storm is also Doppler radar indicated, but these are all dangerous at this point. So there we go. There is the storm. The rotation on this just to the southwest of Wheaton, and it's more of a broad rotation than it was earlier, but you've got maybe 7 miles away from the storm from you to Wheaton at this point, so you need to be taking shelter right now in that area. I'm going to zoom in again on this, and Westmoreland looks like it's probably just north of you, but in that area, again, it's a messy rotation because it's just merged with the other storm. So here's the one in Brown County. That looks like a very convincing signature that it could potentially be a tornado. We've got some values in there of 77 miles per hour going one direction, and very close by going the opposite direction at 1. So the minus means it's going toward the radar. If there's no minus on it, it means your value is going away from the radar. So 78 miles per hour there, moving away from the radar, and that is just barely to the east of Hiawatha at this point. I'll back up a couple of frames, and you can see that rotation as it passes just to the south and east of Hiawatha. I don't know if we have any damage there or not. We certainly could, but halfway between Robinson and Hiawatha, looks like on 240th Street and Prairie Road is the closest intersection to that at this point. And this thing has really got some strong winds in it, 77 miles per hour one way and about -1 the other direction. So that's a dangerous storm with a well-defined hook echo now that's showing up. And we'll zoom back out, and you can really see it here in this last frame. That is the hook echo. You've got the hook shape right there, kind of right in the middle of this thing. So your rotation is right there.
An update on the Brown County. So 4 miles northwest of Robinson, moving northeast at 35. And It's mainly over rural areas in northeastern Brown County, including the Iowa Reservation in Kansas and Nebraska.
Okay, so it's moving toward White Cloud is where it's going. And Hiawatha, this is probably past you at this point. So Hiawatha, you are going to be out of this danger very shortly, if not already. I don't want to say all clear, but you are very close to it there in Hiawatha, being out of the danger from that tornado. There could be more tornado warnings later for you, so please don't think this is it. You're probably going to have more of this stuff later in the day. Back on the reflectivity here, let's see what we have. There's the hook is a few miles west of Wheaton. Again, this is a cell merger between two different storms, but if I zoom out on this, which you can really kind of see what this has done now. Now that it's ingested the second storm, it took one in a little while ago, and it took a second one in, and you can see here the hook developing back here, and it's kind of messy and jagged here, but it will start to spin again, very likely. So if you're around Blaine and Wheaton, you should be taking shelter right now from this storm. It has a history of rotating for a long time. I think it touched down at least twice. I don't believe it's damaged anything significant, or we would be getting reports of that, but it could certainly, pull up some leaves or something into the radar to where we can see it, and I would see debris. But if we don't have somebody reporting something going on the ground, then you don't always hear about it until after the fact. But I think it may have touched down twice already. Now I'm showing this stuff down to the south because these storms in Oklahoma are heading our direction. This we're dealing with right now in northeast Kansas is the warm front, and the warm front setting off tornadoes, at least tornado warnings, possibly touching down. Down to the south, all the stuff is lined up past Oklahoma City into Texas. All those storms are coming our direction. Now they may, fall apart at one spot, develop another spot, but all that stuff is coming our direction. So there are two features that are, it's not just two features, it's two areas that are going to form these things. We have the warm front here, and clearly there's rotation along that, but everything along the dry line of the southwest could produce severe storms or even tornadoes. The jet stream energy coming in from the southwest aloft here is 100 miles per hour and greater up at 20, 30,000 feet in the atmosphere, and it takes a big turn and goes back toward Nebraska. So there's a lot of features that can make storms, and you could even have storms pop up anywhere east of this feature near Wichita. You could have storms pop over Pittsburgh or Coffeyville, Tulsa. This is called the warm sector, south of this warm front. It's extremely unstable. If you stepped outside in Topeka or Emporia, you know how humid it is. If you step outside in Concordia, you're probably wondering what I'm talking about. It's much drier air there. But the warm front, anything south of that line of storms, the humidity is very high right now. And this situation is very likely to have us in tornado risk all day long. So the storm we showed you earlier is moving out of Nemaha County. Doug mentioned this first and said that he saw the hook echo on it. Once that storm moved into Nebraska, the National Weather Service in Nebraska actually put a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on it. So they're looking at that as potentially upgrading it to a tornado warning. We have the tornado warning here just east of Hiawatha and just north of Reserve. That one looks like a powerful storm that could touch down. It may have touched down just south of Hiawatha, but you can see the rotation very well. So I'll roll it through. That's it right there. That bright area of white and pink as it goes past Hiawatha, that's a very well-defined rotation in the same spot as the hook echo. It's not a highly populated area, but if you're right there near Prairie Road, and I believe it's 260th Road in Brown County, that's where it was a moment ago. We'll zoom in closer and see where it's at now. It's coming closer to, I believe that's Thrasher Road, 290th Street, Prairie Road, 240th Street. This is where your rotation is in a potential tornado, and there are particles and they're moving at least 80 to 90 miles per hour in opposite directions. So that is a strong signal that could be a tornado. The other tornado warning we have is getting close to Wheaton at this time. The tornado warning for Marshall County and also Pottawatomie County. So we'll zoom back in on this dude, and it is still a Doppler radar indicated tornado at this point. And we've got 1.5 inch diameter hail. This was a merger of two different storms. Actually, it's merged a couple of times, but you can see it's gotten bigger in aerial size as it's kind of taking these other storms in. The velocity mode on this shows kind of a messy pattern where there's not a one well-defined area of rotation. It looks like it's closest to Wheaton will be the greatest risk at this point.
Yeah, Wheaton and Lillis around 2:10. New warning, an update to the warning just came out. So located over Blaine right now, and then getting over towards Wheaton and Lillis within the next 5 minutes.
Blaine's not showing up on my map. Do you know where that is related to Wheaton? It's just not on my map. I don't know why it's not there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's where the rotation is right now, literally.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Wheaton, Blaine, you should be taking cover right now. Lillis, you should be taking shelter right now as well. The rotation on this looks to me like it's very close to Wheaton at this point. There's an update coming in.
It's for the Brown County one, it's still over kind of the same area, northeastern Brown County, mainly over rural areas and the Iowa Reservation in Kansas and Nebraska.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to check out the storm spotter reports and see if you have any funnels or anything that's been reported on here. There we go. We had some hail around Seneca. We had a tornado reported on the Nebraska side, unless that's old data from yesterday, which it might be. I'm going to have to check that and see when it was. Is that one something, Doug?
I think that's just catching up to the warning updates.
Okay, thank you. Hail, that's yesterday.
Yeah, I don't have any tornado reports so far today from the Storm Prediction Center
Okay, good.
across the entire country.
That's good. All right, that's going to change, but that's good. All right, I'm going to change a setting here because I have the severe storm the alerts coming in for 24 hours. I only want them for about 3 hours. I make it 6 hours, so it might go on all day. All right. Bear with me here.
Do you need to fix them? We can go to
No, we're fine.
the other source.
Just fine.
All right, so as we're keeping an eye on those two warnings, we're obviously keeping an eye on more storms that will be coming in from the south as well. And so far, no tornadoes from the south, but that could certainly change as it gets closer to our viewing area in Lyon County.
Thank you, Doug. All right, so as we look at the temperatures right now, Topeka, 78 degrees. Marysville, Concordia, in the low to mid 60s right now. So you can see the big drop off in temperatures. That's the warm front. Here are the surface conditions. You can see the storms lined up from Hiawatha, where we had that tornado warning still in place. And just south of Marysville, heavy rain, thunderstorms. We have the rotation showing up in the northern part of Pottawatomie County, almost into Marshall County. And then Concordia, the winds are from the northeast. Abilene, the winds are from the south. Salina, the winds are from the southeast. So we're seeing the very humid air, the warm sector here, extremely unstable, and then the winds kind of coming together at the warm frontal boundary. We have the jet stream winds aloft, and if any storms get going, they make the whole thing kind of start to spin, and particularly nasty. So looking outside live from Manhattan right now from the Flint Hills Discovery Center, you know, I just see storms to the north, but I don't see any sign of the storm. It's a good distance away. Is that a new warning for Greenwood County that's coming in?
That is not showing up on my map. Let me see what's.
All right, I
sometimes
do have
it's a
something
little-
interesting here. There's,
Oh, it's Donovan County is and the tornado warning going into Donovan.
All right, thank you, Doug. So new tornado warning. They're taking this out of Brown County into Donovan County. That warning going until 2:15. No, it's Brown County, goes to 2:15. So the warning over in Donovan County certainly will go longer than that. So as we check out the velocity on this, that spin just passing by Hiawatha is heading toward White Cloud. If you're in Highland, Highland Community College, or have kids that are going to school there, the rotation of this is passing by Highland. Although it's close, you know, I don't want to say you're all clear, but the rotation on that certainly is north of Highland Community College and Highland at this time. So, you know, while you're right on the verge of that warning, I think you're just barely out of it. So Highland, I can say you can relax. The tornado is not coming towards you. The rotation is right there, just about to exit out of Brown County and into Donovan County. So the National Weather Service issuing that tornado warning now over in Donovan County. And check out the velocity on this. You can clearly see this thing heading in that direction. So White Cloud, if you're up there, if between Highland and White Cloud, you should be taking shelter right now as that thing is moving in your direction. The other tornado warning was the one that's in northern Pottawatomie and I believe the southeast part of Marshall County. And that rotation was a bit messy, but is likely to begin to tighten up again. It's certainly likely to, as the storm merger is now complete between those two. So just north of Wheaton looks to be where the rotation is at this point. They were saying Lillis and Blaine should be taking shelter. This is going to move into the southeast part of Marshall County and the southwest part of Nemaha County shortly. As I zoom out there, you can see Centralia. You're going to be close to this, Seneca, Goff, Wetmore, You're all going to be close to this in a few minutes here. So this warning, this one, expires at 2:30, which is still, how long is that? That's 21 minutes away. But we may see a new warning issued before that for Nemaha and northeast parts of Pottawatomie County. Go back to the velocity here and see if one rotation on this is starting to win out. And it's kind of there's really a broad area of rotation. It's kind of it's southeast Marshall County now, actually. Right on the Marshall and Pottawatomie County line looks to be the most significant part of this rotation. So most likely we'll see Nemaha County, maybe in northwest Jackson County, put into a warning at some point. Daniel, have anything new over there?
Not looking at anything too new just yet. Had a couple of photos from a little outdated from about 10-20 minutes ago, but just showing sort of those low-hanging clouds, a little bit of rain off in the distance. So
okay.
Still confirming that we got that storm moving through, but yeah, we'll still wait for confirmation on if that tornado is on the ground.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So the tornado warning we have for Brown County is moving over to Donovan County shortly. So if you're in White Cloud or just north of Highland, you need to take shelter there. If you're in the Wheaton area, the rotation from this looks to me like it is probably just past you, but stay in your shelter, stay in your basement, stay away from walls and windows while this passes by, and we'll probably have to do it again later today in many spots. It's likely we'll have more tornado warnings throughout the day, and if you check out the rotation on this, the velocity mode, as I mentioned earlier, where you're seeing green, that's where the radar particles are going toward the radar. The radar is located near Alma. So if we're seeing things that are red or pink, it's going away from the radar. Bright pink like that just south of Wheaton means going very fast away from the radar. Anything that's green means going toward the radar in those situations. So we have a rotation showing up there. It's kind of a broad area. And as I'll pan this out, and you can actually see it looks like a line there of rotation of things going in different directions. Right there is the eastern part of Marshall County, almost Nemaha County, and right along that line you could see a tornado touch down really anywhere along there. The fastest movement I can see is right there just southeast of southeast of Wheaton, and I can't say that's a tornado signature from what I see on the radar. It looks like a broad area of rotation, so it's hard for me to say that that's what that is, but it's certainly the area that's the most concern. So we'll check out the values on this. I'll zoom in here and see how fast the particles are moving here just southeast of Wheaton. We'll put it on now mode. Right there we go. And on the data, you're going to see some of these particles are moving very quickly. What we've got 56. This one going 67. And the stuff north of Wheaton is going in the opposite direction, minus 15. So 15 miles per hour toward the radar, and then 67 miles per hour away from the radar. Certainly some signs of at least spin there. It's not one tight, simple looking rotation. There's several areas there that would be concerning, but from Wheaton right in the southeast part of Marshall County, again, we have the merger of two of those storms going on, and anything along that line still could produce a tornado. So southeast Marshall and around Wheaton, almost Onega, you should be taking shelter right now. And over to the northeast, we have the storms approaching White Cloud in Donovan County. That rotation was more prominent, more obvious where it's at. Getting close to White Cloud. If you're in White Cloud, you should be taking shelter immediately. If you're in Highland, or you have kids at Highland Community College, you want to call them and tell them they're okay right now. That storm is going past them. So if the weather radio is going off in Highland, that means the tornado warning is in the county, but at Highland itself, not in this tornado warning. White Cloud should be taking shelter right now, though. That rotation, well-defined, right over Hiawatha, and staying well-defined all the way to White Cloud. So if you're around White Cloud, you should be taking shelter right now. You're probably going to see some damaging winds, if not a full-on tornado come through or very close to down a White Cloud. Now, zooming back out,
we now have an official tornado that occurred at 2:09, 8 miles north of Robinson.
Okay. 8 miles north of Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in on this. And that's going to be up here. You said 209?
What's that?
You said 209. There it is.
There it is.
Daniel, go ahead.
I think we got a video of that right now that got submitted to the website. It's
Take
a little
Daniel,
hard
guys.
to see. If we can switch over to me here.
Hang on. Wait, we have a new tornado warning, though. We have to look at first on radar.
All right, stay on me. Where is it, Doug?
Never mind.
It'll be in portions of Pottawatomie, Nemaha, and Jackson counties. So Onega and Havensville, you have 5 minutes to get to your safe shelter. If you're in Corny, about 2:30, Soldier 2:35, and Goff at 2:40.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, so we're zooming on the new warning. I mentioned this a while back that we'd be looking at probably northern parts of Jackson, southern parts of Nemaha, probably getting into warning. So we had some heads up on that. So here's what we have now. Doug just mentioned you have to get to your safe spot in Onega right now, Havensville right now, Corning right now. If you're close to these communities, get to your safe spot. Lowest level of your house, put as many walls as possible between you and the storm. If you don't have a basement, the first floor is the best you can do. That's what you've got. So you put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. You want to get to the smallest room you can with those guidelines. So if you have a closet that does not connect to the outside of the house, but it's an interior closet, that's a good place to be. If you have a bathroom that's in the interior of the house that is not touching the outside walls, that's a good place to be. Here at the TV station, we don't have a basement either. We have safe spots. I can put 3 walls between me and the tornado, and if one comes to this building, I can tell you where I'm going to be. We've thought this stuff out. So for you, same rules. Lowest level of the house, get a spot where you can put as many walls as possible between you and the storm. But again, this rotation, getting close to the town of Corning, Havensville, and Onega at this point. And there are a couple of areas of spin that are still evident on this, but they're becoming a little more high end. These white spots there near Onega, that is going to be a big value. Let's check it out. And then I want to see what you have over there in just a moment, Daniel. So stand by with that, please. Bridge, I want you to take Daniel in just about 30 seconds here to show what he's got. So stand by for me. I'm going to stop this right here and tell you folks in Onega and Corning and Havensville, you got to take shelter right now. This area of motion is 76 miles per hour. And a little south of there, we've got 68. So we've got particles moving in one direction here and the other direction to the side of it. But Onega, Wheaton still has rotation close to you. Havensville, Corning, you've got a little more time. But Onega should be taking shelter right now. Wheaton should be taking shelter. Havensville should be taking shelter. All those right now. And then I want to show you where this confirmed tornado was at 2:09 p.m. I believe is what you guys were saying. Is that right, 2:09?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so 2:09 p.m. we had a tornado touchdown up here, and the official storm spotter report location. I'm going to put it on here so you see where we're at, so you know what we're dealing with. So we had a tornado touchdown a few miles north of Robinson. Let's show Daniel. I think he might have video of it. So go ahead.
It does look like we do have video of that tornado here in Brown County. Thanks to Nathan Wright, intersection. This video was taken at the intersection of 290th and Highway 73, looking north. And if we play the video, it's a little hard to see there, probably because of all that rain, but you can see that faint signature of a funnel there. It looks like it's touching down on the ground, maybe not completely, but definitely a funnel at the very least. So this is a good visual confirmation that we do have a tornado, or at the very least a funnel moving right through that area, pretty much right where that tornado warning is. So if you're still within Brown County or Hiawatha, those areas in the path, especially the northeastern part of the county, you'll definitely want to be taking a lot of precautions and staying in that shelter here for at least a couple more minutes.
All right, thank you, Daniel. Come back to the wall, guys. So that storm is now near White Cloud, Nebraska. So if you have friends or family there, you can call and let them know to take shelter. Highland Community College, you're fine now. That storm is well past you. But as Daniel just showed us, that thing, it's been reported touching down in Brown County. It's about 9 miles north of Robinson was the official location. And so that storm did touch down. And now you can see the tornado warning over here is highlighted in orange. That means it's observed. So now they have a confirmation it was on the ground at least, and now they are upgrading the warning language here and saying we have a tornado that's been observed and confirmed near White Cloud, and moving over to Oregon. I believe that's on the Missouri side of the river. So now it's in Nebraska. It's a confirmed tornado. We have new severe storm warnings being issued and more tornado warning updates. Was that a warning update? That's probably for Donovan County.
Yeah, that was a Donovan County update.
Okay, so we talked about that. Now we'll go back over here, and we're going to see if this starts to show one area of dominant rotation. But near Wheaton and Onega, we've got spin on these parts of this storm. The tornado warning there for that includes Jackson County. The northern part of Jackson County goes all the way until 3 p.m. So Onega, Havensville, Corning, you should all be taking shelter right now. Get to your safe spot. If you have a basement, that's where you go. If you don't, then you put as many walls as possible between you and the storm. Stay away from windows. Many times you can see hail that if it's hailing straight down, if it's light wind, the hail's coming straight down, it'll damage your roof. You know, that's a problem. But if the winds are coming in from the side at 70 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour, whatever it is, even 60, it can blow the hail in sideways and break out windows. So most likely you haven't been through that, but we've seen lots of videos of that happening. I've heard from people who have dealt with that. So you want to make sure that you are not injured by flying glass and that kind of thing. So even if the tornado doesn't hit your house, just being close with the hail and the strong wind from the rear flank downdraft or whatever else is going on can make the windows break out and injure you that way. So make sure you're taking shelter. If you do have bicycle helmets, you can put those on to protect you. If you get a broken arm from one of these, that's the kind of thing that can heal. If you get a head injury, that's a big deal. So make sure that you're protecting yourselves in this as it comes through. So Havensville, Corning, Onega should be taking shelter right now. The threat may be getting away from the town of Wheaton at this point, but the southern part of the southwest part of Nemaha County and the southeast part of Marshall County, as well as the northwest part of Jackson County, is kind of where this bullseye of rotation is, coming out of Pottawatomie, the northeast part of Pottawatomie, into southern Nemaha, and kind of coming out of Marshall. But Marshall, just as soon as this one moves away, you've got to watch out for the storm over here. Really, I mean, anything that becomes a strong storm today would have potential to produce a tornado. I hate to, act like everything is dangerous today, but that's the way it is. This is a setup that does not happen very often, and we'll see if there's other things rotating here. Ping pong ball size hail possible with this, moving from Riley County into the southwest part of Marshall County, and this is a severe storm warning. So I don't see any area where we've got a tight rotation at this point, but certainly you can tell that the parts of this are spinning as it moves into Marshall County. So it's possible Marshall County could have another tornado warning issued in the next few minutes. That's a real possibility. So we'll be watching to see if that happens. But Marysville, Home, I was just up there programming weather radios a couple of days ago. You should be paying attention in Marysville and Home. You might be dealing with tornado warning at some point in the near future. So getting back over here to this storm near Onega, this is the most dangerous part of the storm that's in the WIBW viewing area officially at this point. The other storm for Donovan County is now getting into Nebraska and Missouri at this point. But this storm that's near Onega, I'd be concerned about Goff at this point. Seneca, this isn't really coming at you, but Goff, Wetmore, you guys should be taking shelter right now in those areas. Again, you have a tornado warning for this, and it's Doppler radar indicated at this point. You've got Onega here, Goff there, tornado warning going until 3 p.m., so it goes for another 38 minutes. The warning goes all the way to the Brown County line. Brown County just dealt with a tornado warning. I can tell you right now that 20 minutes from now, Brown County will probably have a new tornado warning from this as it moves in. We don't have any reports of anybody injured or any damage from tornadoes in our area yet today, but we've had a lot of tornado warnings. I really think that we had one touch down just north of Wakefield a while ago, another one just east of Wakefield, maybe an hour ago as well. And we had a confirmed tornado touchdown just northeast of Hiawatha as well, just about 14 minutes ago. So we've already seen at least one that's definitely confirmed. But from the radar, from what I was looking at earlier, I think I saw debris flying near Wakefield. So that may have touched down as well. We just don't have a spotter confirmation that it touched down necessarily just yet. I'm going to zoom in on this thing near Onega, and you can see those brighter colors that are showing up there. And bright in this case means things are moving more quickly. So just north of Havensville, that's where this is right here. And some of these big numbers, there's 84 miles per hour. Red, orange, pink, these colors indicate that the particles the radar is seeing are moving away from the radar. The radar's close to Alma, so this is all moving away from the radar. Roughly 84 miles per hour is a speed, and that location's pretty close to the radar, so you're not looking way up in the atmosphere. That's actually pretty close to the ground, maybe 2,000 feet above the ground at the most there. So you've got it moving 84 miles per hour to the north toward areas like Corning and Goff. On the backside of this stuff's all moving toward the radar, but not quite as impressively fast. You're not seeing bright greens or bright blue or those kind of things. We're not seeing a tight, well-defined rotation back there where stuff's going in the opposite directions. I'm going to switch it over to storm relative velocity is what I want to see on this, and see if I can get a better sense of the rotation from this thing. Daniel, you have any new pictures over there at this point?
Nothing new just yet. Still waiting for some more to come in, but yeah, really just getting some photos from the past and looking at those skies that are showing those wall clouds, but nothing that's really showing any tornadoes or really action going on just yet.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll give up on the storm relative there. I know where that rotation is at. It's getting close to the Nemaha County line, just north of Onega at this point. And we're going to have to watch these storms coming in from the south as well within the next few hours too. So this batch of storms we're covering right now, we've talked about this for a few days. This is not it. This is the beginning of what's probably going to be a long day. We may have some point in the day today where we don't have tornado warnings going on for 30 minutes or maybe an hour, but do not stop paying attention today. We could have a tornado anywhere in the WIBW viewing area today. It could be a strong tornado. That's a real possibility. Right now, Concordia, for example, you have an east wind and the temperature is in the 60s. Just south of you, you have the thunderstorms, and just south of that, the humidity jumps extremely high. So this warm front, as it makes its way slowly north at times, we could see tornadoes on that for anywhere from Concordia to Hiawatha, Marysville. You could be dealing with tornadoes from that stuff. Down to the south, now we're starting to see storms getting closer to areas like Council Grove and Emporia. The stuff down to the south is not quite as well defined yet, but it's also going to be moving in the same areas with this dangerous jet stream that's in place. So we're going to have to watch these things coming up toward Emporia, Council Grove, Osage City, Topeka. We could see a tornado, honestly, anywhere in the WIBW viewing area today. So if you're going to be out and about, that's fine. Do what you need to do if you're not on one of these warnings at the moment. But make sure you have the WIBW weather app or some app on your phone, some way to get warnings so you're just not caught off guard. Make sure that wherever you go, you just know what's going on. We have the live stream going all day long. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook Live, we're on WIBW.com live streaming. We're going to do this most likely all day long. I don't know that we'll get to stop doing this today, which is fine. But just if you're going to be out and about doing anything or running errands or whatever, at least turn on whatever radio station you know of that does a good job of covering this stuff while you're out. But you can keep the stream going if you have an internet connection wherever you are, and we'll keep letting you know where the stuff is. I want to show you the wider look at this, and I'll go back to Onega again. And what you'll see is the storms down to the south that to begin in the southern part of Chase County and then continue on and off down to Oklahoma. So these storms are severe. There's a tornado warning in northern Texas at this point. This energy is coming our way, and this is really where the stronger jet stream winds are located. What's up here is a strong jet stream already in place. The peak jet stream winds are still down to the south in Oklahoma and northern Texas and are coming this way. So I'm really telling you, anytime today, anywhere in northeast Kansas, we could have a tornado warning pop up or an actual tornado. This will be a long day, and the risk is going to go on for a long time. I'll show you that risk area again, and you've seen me put the tornado risk on TV before, and Doug and Daniel do it as well, but let's go check it out again. I want to show you how big the area is of where these concerns are, and it's not a small area, and it's not for a short time. And the Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, they don't just put these numbers out, to scare anybody. The Storm Prediction Center is not a YouTube channel. The Storm Prediction Center is not a TV station. They are not worried about ratings or how many views they get or clicks or shares. That does not bother them at all. The Storm Prediction Center, after the event is done, their report card is, okay, you put this big old number out. You put this big area under alert. You scared a bunch of people. What are your numbers? How many tornadoes actually happened in your area? So their report card is, they put out a big scary area like this, and then no tornadoes happened. Now they're going to have an issue, but they are not worried about getting a bunch of shares or likes or video views. There are some folks who are going to try to scare you with that stuff. I get it, but the Storm Prediction Center, they put something out like this big, large area with these black marks. You're not going to see that more than maybe twice a year. This is a really dangerous day, and with the telling you from this, the 15% area of tornadoes, you don't see that often at all, but the black hash marks mean F2 to F5 tornadoes are possible. I've never seen 60. I've only seen 45 once or twice ever on one of these maps, but once you get to 15 and 30, you know, those are really big deals. Look at the hail risk. That's a 45% area, and the hatch marks indicate at least 2-inch diameter hail possible over Lyon County, Coffee County, all the way down to Texas, and the hash marks themselves cover Topeka, northeast Kansas. But the red, the 30%, goes almost to Omaha. It's a very large area. So on Supercast, as we go through the day, these storms from Oklahoma continue coming our way. We will see the jet stream winds beginning to maximize later in the day, and we'll see if this starts to shut down around here by 7 or 8 p.m. It might. I wouldn't say that it will, but there's a significant chance that we could get out of some of the more dangerous weather as we get past 7 or 8 o'clock. Maybe. But the next few hours, again, if you're going to be out and about anywhere in northeast Kansas, just make sure that you have some way to get warnings. And if you have friends or family that are out and about, don't be shy to call them and tell them, hey, you hear there's this tornado warning or whatever's going on. Just let them know to make sure people are aware of these things. We'll do what we can here with the live stream. We'll talk all day. That's just fine. But just if you're going to be out someplace away from the TV or away from the live stream, make sure you have some way to get updates if there are dangerous storms near you. Again, the WIBW weather app, of course, what I'm going to recommend. But whatever you have, just make sure you are informed. Daniel, what do you have? Take Daniel, please.
We don't have a picture of the tornado or any other thing significant, but this is a location of where the warning currently is, looking 1 mile north of Onaga by Logan Martin, who submitted this. So you can see those low-hanging clouds, a little bit of what's likely probably some scud, but definitely some ominous-looking features there of those clouds that look like they're reaching towards the ground. So again, this is in the location right now of where that rotation, where that warning is. So again, very pertinent that you stay aware and be looking out for, or well, not be looking out, but taking caution, getting into your shelter. And it does look like from this photo that, you know, certainly these are the kinds of clouds that will be producing tornadoes very quickly. So it remains to be seen if we'll get one, but definitely a good photo here that shows you just how low and what to look for when you kind of have those tornadoes and those warnings issued.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so right now the rotation near Onaga and Corning, that's the most dangerous thing we have in the WIBW viewing area. I'm just noticing the heavy rain has now moved into Concordia. I don't have any warning near Concordia at this time. This thing near Corning, that velocity is a serious area of motion right there. Let me check this out. Near Corning, I know Jerry Keltzer reports a lot of the weather from up there. Jerry's an awesome guy. I met him a couple of years ago in Corning. We've got 82 mile per hour wind particles showing up on the radar there near Corning, almost to Highway 9. So Centralia, you should be taking shelter right now. Corning, Goff, you should be taking shelter right now in Goff. Corning, you should be taking shelter right now. Don't go outside and try to take pictures of this, please. I want you safe. We can get pictures later from one of the 4,000 storm chasers that are in the area today, but I don't want you putting yourself in danger going out trying to get a shot of one of these. But near Corning right now, that's where this rotation is showing up just the most obviously. There's also a second little area, it might be rotation right there, and even another one back behind it that's along the Nemaha Marshall County line there. So you can have multiple tornadoes going on at one time, obviously. And in this case, all those locations are in the tornado warning. But Corning, looks like you're in the most danger right now from what I see. Centralia, you're barely out of the tornado warning, but I would take shelter there anyway. Goff, you're awfully close to this. It's probably moving toward you. I'm going to guess the motion on this is east-northeast, probably at 30 miles per hour. But there are 3 different areas of rotation I see in there. I'm going to check the debris mode and see if we have anything flying. Hopefully we don't. I don't see any real signs there of debris flying. The farther north we get, the higher the radar beam is. So hopefully it's not on the ground. But the tornado warning there goes until 3. That's still in 26 minutes. And then once this rotation, once it clears out of Nemaha County, guess what, Brown County? It's coming your way. So this is not going to be a storm that gives up the rotation here in the next few minutes. That will continue to rotate and almost surely be a tornado warning when it goes over into Brown County. So moving back down the line here, I'm going to check the other storm. Again, if you're around Corning, Goff, and there's an update on that right now. Doug, read the update for me on that one when it comes in.
Yeah,
take his mic. I don't hear you.
There we go. No, it's not your
Thank
guys'
you.
fault. It was my fault.
Sorry,
I turned it off.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, hang on. There's a bunch of updates coming in at once, so let me get the right one here. So with the current warning in southeastern Hiawatha County until 3 p.m., this is a tornado, a possible tornado, I should say, located near Corning, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And if you're in Wetmore, Corning, and Goff, you have 5 minutes before that storm is over you. If you're in Woodlawn, you have 15 minutes at 2:50 before the storm is in your area.
All right, Corning, they said 5 minutes. Corning, you have 0 minutes. You have 0 minutes to get ready. Corning, you need to take shelter immediately. I mean, right now, this rotation is basically on top of you. I can see particles moving 84 miles per hour above you. So if it's a tornado, it's in Corning basically right now or close to it. So Corning, take shelter right now. Lowest level of your house. Don't make any phone calls. Don't change channels. See what else somebody else is saying right now. Just go to the basement. You can check out what's going on in 10 minutes, and I'd be okay with that. Corning, go to the basement right now. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your house. Get as many walls as you can between you and the storm. If you have a pillow or something to cover your head, grab it. If you don't have that stuff ready, just go to the basement. This is not time to prepare. You got to go to the basement in Corning immediately if you're there or close by. If you're in Goff, you may have 5 minutes. If you're in Wetmore, you may have a couple of minutes here. But if you're in Corning, you got to take shelter immediately. Do not mess around or check the internet or Facebook or whatever to see what else is going on. Make sure that you're taking shelter. If there's a tornado in Corning, it's now. Goff, the rotation looks like it's just west of you, and looks to me like it's going to more to the northeast. But Goff, make sure you're taking shelter quickly. Wetmore, you should take shelter right now as well. But urgency, if I'm sending somebody to shelter and in order, I'm saying Corning, go right now. Goff, walk quickly to shelter. Wetmore, get to shelter. So if you're in Corning, you're not grabbing a few things on the way down. You're going to shelter immediately, and just protect yourself. And hopefully this doesn't touch down, but it certainly could. I'm going to check the debris mode on this as it goes past Corning, and there may be signs of debris showing up there now. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of blue showing up near Corning at this time. I'm going to zoom out on this. There's one more thing I need to check here. I want to see if we have any interference in that area. All right, the mill and tilt. Okay, there are wind turbines. I don't think they're right there. Yeah, there are wind turbines in that area. All right, Corning, shelter. Goff, shelter. Wetmore, shelter. This isn't a big interference usually, but there are a few wind turbines in that area that could cause a little interference in the signal. So if you're in those areas, you got to take shelter right now. Corning, Goff, Wetmore, take shelter. The reason I'm looking at debris, and I might be seeing that it might be something that's showing up from the other stuff there. So just because I was seeing some blue in that area, it might be picking up a wind turbine's possibility. Sometimes it pick up grain silos, and sometimes we even see traffic showing up on them. But in this case, just because I see blue doesn't mean it's debris flying. But I did not see blue before, and now that's near Corning, I'm starting to see that blue show up. Take Daniel, please.
We actually have a photo now, thanks to Marshall tanking there at 2:33 out of Corning, where you can see some of those wind turbines, Jeremy. So it doesn't look like we have any sort of funnel clouds within view of this picture, but we do definitely have that risk there of that interference in the radar sometimes from the turbines. But these photos showing that in that general vicinity of the turbine area, things are looking still pretty ominous and fairly dangerous. Those low-hanging clouds, again, definitely have that potential to produce those tornadoes. But as of right now, it looks like we're not seeing from this view any sort of that confirmed that confirmed tornado, I should say. Still likely seeing the rotation as well, but that is something we'll be watching very, very closely here as we still have these warnings ongoing and keep on going towards the next couple of warnings thereafter.
Hey guys, if you could go to Max 2, I need to just mention something real quick. There is not a severe thunderstorm warning. I highlighted this gray area right here, this white area, if you will. This area is being monitored for 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts, and that rain is starting to move in as well. So don't be surprised by that as winds are starting to pick up up in that area. You're not in any risk of a tornado, at least at this point in time. And then now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. That includes the Emporia area, and that'll be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so portions of Lyon and Morris County. And so now these storms coming up from the south are going to start to have an impact as they continue to work its way up to the north. So as they get closer to the frontal boundary and areas especially north of I-70 interacting with that front, that could certainly increase our chances that that it could start spinning and have a potential tornado with that. So going back to our reflectivity and the tornado warnings that we have in place, we have of course the tornado warning for southeastern portions of Hiawatha County continuing, and that goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon, and that of course still radar indicated. And this is still going to be giving us that potential for a possible tornado with that system.
Good?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, if you go back to one source for source.
Thank you, guys. All right, so Doug's telling us we have a severe thunderstorm warning now that includes Lyon County. This is the most dangerous thing we have right now is by far is this thing that's near Goff and Corning. And I do see 2 areas of rotation with this now. They're pretty distinct. One is just northwest of Wetmore, the other just almost right on top of Goff at this time. So you need to take shelter in those areas right now. Corning looks like the rotation may have just passed you by, but you should still be taking shelter there anyway, just at least for the next few minutes, please. But the 2 areas of rotation, there's one right there close to Goff, another one that's just to the northwest of Wetmore, kind of right in there. Both of those, or one of those, or both of those could be a tornado right now or any moment. So we're seeing significant rotation on the radar in those locations. So far today, every tornado warning we've had has been associated with the warm front. So that's what we've got is a warm front setting a lot of these off. Now the Wetmore part of the storm, where that rotation was showing up, looks like the reflectivity has now moved off of that. But Corning, Goff, that's where the hook echo on reflectivity is. So out of those now, I'd say the most convincing would be this near Goff and near Highway 9 and 63. So if you're in that area, Goff, Corning, Highway 9 in between, you should be taking shelter right now. That's a very dangerous area. This is the storm I mentioned earlier, had ingested a couple of other storms, and usually when they do that, they tend to get a bit stronger. I could name some scary ones in the past that have become tornadic right after they ingested storms, but this is a long-lived supercell that's been going all the way since Clay County when it began as a tornado warning close to Wakefield, as a matter of fact. We'll zoom this out and give you an idea of the kind of stuff we'll be dealing with today. And we've already had, pretty widespread issues with warnings. So this storm started with rotation near Wakefield. Let's do the distance on that. And we'll go from just about Wakefield all the way up to where it is now. The rotation's about here. So we've had this thing on not on the ground, but rotating and causing at least tornado warnings. I think it touched down a couple times, but it's been going for 64 miles. So that's what we're going to have today is these storms that once they start to rotate, they're not a problem for a few minutes, and then we go back to programming, and we'll break in if we need to. This is the thing we're going to be on probably all day, so this is going to be a big deal. I need Isaac to know if he can hear me or not. Just turn off your mic and make sure he's clear. Yep. To send out push notifications once in a while, letting people know if there's a tornado warning close to some town, okay? He might be doing that already by now, but I want to make sure that, because we're going solid, I want to make sure that we're sending out announcements of this stuff, okay? All right, thank you. All right, so Emporia, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning now, and I'll show the Marshall County severe storm warning first, then I'll go down there, actually. Good, thank you. All right, so Blue Rapids, you're close to a severe thunderstorm warning here. Hail about the size of a $50 is possible with this. This is not a tornado warning, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. The concern is that along the warm front, we've seen several tornado warnings issued today. There's an update coming in on something that's probably going to be an update on the stuff in Pottawatomie County, in Hiawatha County, that is. All right, so that thing that's near Blue Rapids, weak rotation, I don't see something there that would make me lean forward with a great tornado threat or risk at this point. Now down to the south, Emporia, you're getting close to a severe thunderstorm warning, and I see tornado possible on one of these. So here we go. Down to the south in Emporia. Now, I want him to know this. Tell him that now Lyon County is close to a potential tornado, okay? So we're seeing rotation getting into Lyon County now, please. All right, so Emporia, what we're seeing here, severe thunderstorm warning over here, just a purple line through Lyon County. Over here where I see a purple line with a white stream on the inside of it, it's purple on the outside, white in the middle, that's where the National Weather Service from Wichita has issued a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. What that means is they see enough rotation there, they're leaning forward thinking about issuing a tornado warning, but they're not quite there yet. So that's a heads up. Sometimes these become tornado warnings, sometimes they don't. But in Lyon County, if you're in Emporia, you need to know right now that storm is being considered for tornado warning. And we're in a tornado watch, and that's obviously going to be a big concern. So let's check out the camera there. We'll do the cams. Let's check out the camera there from Emporia. As soon as the dots all come up here for me, and we'll make sure that we're monitoring that as it comes into town. I'll zoom it in again here so we can see it better. But in Emporia, we're going to have to watch you in case we were to see a tornado warning issued. We certainly could, and the tornado watch is in place. The Weather Service from, like I mentioned, from Wichita is now mentioning that they are monitoring that for possibility of seeing a tornado. So Emporia, just a heads up, that spin right now will be near Bazaar, and Cottonwood Falls area is where we'd be concerned about. But if you're in Emporia, you need to be ready just in case a tornado warning was issued. It certainly could be.
A tornado reported 4 to 5 miles north of Corning by emergency management.
Okay. What's the time on that?
Like right now, probably.
Right now, okay. Okay, tornado on the ground right now that is just 4 miles north of Corning, report of emergency management. So this box you see right here, this polygon that's in white, a moment from now should go into orange. Once they're saying that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Nemaha County, a couple miles, there it is, now we're orange. So just north of Corning is where they're saying they see it.
So Woodlawn, you got 4 minutes to seek shelter with this observed tornado on the ground.
So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and Woodlawn, as Doug mentioned, is in the path of this. So have a confirmed tornado that's on the ground, that's a couple miles north of Corning is where they're saying it was. So with the tornado in progress there, this is a confirmed tornado. And they say the motion on this is northeast, I'm guessing?
It was moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
Northeast 35 miles per hour. So confirmed tornado right about here. So it's just north of Goff, really, moving to the northeast. Confirmed tornado going until 3 p.m. 1.5 is a hail size, about the size of a ping pong ball is what that is. So that's going to be moving to the northeast. Woodlawn's a tiny town, just kind of the northeast of Goff right here. I think they have maybe 8 or 10 residents officially in town. But if you're in Woodlawn or close to it, you need to take shelter right now. That's a confirmed tornado that's on the ground north of Goff, just northeast of Corning at this time. Emergency management reporting this. And let's check out the correlation coefficient here, the debris mode here on this, and see if I see anything showing up where it is. Either way, I don't see it on the debris flying, but again, a confirmed tornado right there, just to the north of Goff, just northeast of Corning at this time. The well-defined hook echo right there. National Weather Service confirming they see a tornado with this, and the storm moving to the northeast at 30-35 miles per hour. So this is a dangerous storm. If you are in the Woodlawn area, you got to take shelter right now. If you're around Goff, you should be taking shelter right now, even though it's probably going to stay just north of you. If you're in Corning, you need to take shelter right now. Again, the storm looks like it's going to stay just north of Corning, but you should be taking shelter right now. So Corning and Goff, that's Nemaha County. So if you're in other parts of the area, you know, if you're in Topeka, we've got some light rain sprinkles. If you're in Council Grove, it's rain. If you're in Manhattan, it's rain. If you're in Concordia, it's rain, even heavy rain in some spots. The one really dangerous situation we have right now is a confirmed tornado in Brown County that's going close to the town of Woodlawn. So we had a tornado earlier, touched down officially at 2:09 p.m., just east-northeast of Hiawatha, and now we have this tornado touching down in Nemaha County. If you're in Brown County, You're going to have a tornado warning again in a few minutes, most likely. This goes until 3 o'clock, so 11 more minutes for Nemaha County for this tornado touching down just north of Corning, going north of Goff toward the town of Woodlawn. Brown County, talking Hiawatha, you're going to be in the path of this next warning, most likely. These storms are continuing for a long time in many areas, and this one, again, is confirmed being on the ground by emergency management in Nemaha County just a few minutes ago, just north of the town of Corning. So again, it's a confirmed tornado right now, going till 3, hail size about the size of a ping pong ball, but certainly the most dangerous part of it is going to be the tornado with this. We go to the reflectivity and let it loop. The confirmed tornado is still there, of course. Now I want to see the storm spotter report from it, see if they actually gave us a location. Doug mentioned it verbally there, so we can see it on the map there. So there it is. Just a few minutes ago, we had this confirmed tornado touching down right there, just a couple miles northwest of Goff at 2:47 p.m., the official time. That was 3 minutes ago, just northeast of Corning. Motion on that is northeast at roughly 35 miles per hour. Tornado watch continues until 7 p.m. for really all of northeast Kansas. We can see tornadoes really at any time this evening, and maybe the threat will end by 7, but it might not. The stuff that's coming up through Emporia now still have potential to become very strong or even severe. Matter of fact, we have a severe storm warning right now that's in place in Emporia, but we don't have a tornado warning there yet. We had a storm just west of Emporia in Chase County that they were saying there's tornado possible with it, but the National Weather Service was not seeing enough rotation yet to go full tornado warning. They were saying they were considering it, but they did not go fully to the tornado warning stage just then. Did you guys take over Max 2 right now? Did somebody switch the source here?
Yeah, what's that?
They switched the source on me, or is that me? Okay, that's me.
No, I see.
I got you. All right, I see what we got going on there.
Do we need
All
to
right.
switch to Max 2?
Yeah, switch to Max 2 for a minute, please.
Okay.
Bridge, switch to Max 2. Thank you.
So let's take a look at what we have across northeast Kansas. Of course, we have the observed tornado warning there in Brown County and Nemaha County. I'm sorry, Nemaha County. Brown County, it's very possible that you're going to be in that warning very shortly once this does expire. But this is going to continue to push up to the northeast. Of course, we have more storms down to the south that's heading our way for much of northeast Kansas. And there have been numerous reports of some strong winds out ahead of this line of storms and heavy rain that is going to be coming into the area. So don't be surprised by that. We've had a couple reports already in the Manhattan area that have had some strong winds, and also dealing with that rain starting to push into the area. Make sure I get to the right source. I'm not screwing you up, Jeremy, on the max that we're getting. Do you have some pictures, Daniel?
We do. We have a picture of the tornado from
Go
2:50.
take a look at some pictures.
Yeah, so from 2:50 p.m. here, just a few minutes ago, this is 2 miles west of Corning, taken by Marshall Tanking. Thank you for this photo, where you can see it with there in the background. Try and expand it a little bit, but right there, that is very clearly defined, a funnel, pretty much right there on the ground. So again, this is as of 2:50, about 2.5 minutes ago, again near, where was it, just 2 miles west of Corning, facing the northeast. So this is all lining up with where those current warnings are right now. And this is, again, a picture of a tornado that is definitely confirmed and definitely looks to be fairly formidable as well.
Yeah, we got reports of numerous trees down in Junction City and Grandview Plaza from the strong wind gusts, 60 to 65 miles per hour. And one tree landed on a trailer in Grandview Plaza, but luckily no injuries.
Was there a time on that?
It's pretty recent. These strong winds. There was a special weather statement on that
Wow, okay.
area for a couple minutes ago, probably 15 minutes ago.
Wow, okay, you did show that. I remember. It's just that they didn't have, there was no like warning or whatever. It's just,
No, there wasn't a warning.
That's non-thunderstorm winds is what that is. We had injuries from non-thunderstorm winds.
Yeah.
That's extremely rare.
They're looking at that as possibly being a wake low, because that started in Dickinson County.
Yeah, wake low. That's good luck explaining to a wake low. That's such a weird thing. They happen on the where the rain ends. You'll see these super strong winds that are going kind of the wrong way from what you'd expect. But either way, the most dangerous thing we have right now still is confirmed tornado that's northeast of Goff, moving into the west part of Brown County. Brown County, heads up, Brown County is going to have a warning here in a couple of minutes. I fully expect to see a tornado warning in Brown County issued shortly here. This tornado warning for Nemaha County goes until 3 p.m., 6 minutes. So they're going to have to make a decision shortly here as to whether or not we warn Brown County or how much Brown County. So that's something that I assure you is going on at the Weather Service office right now. And if they see a reason to not go for it, then certainly they wouldn't. But I can imagine from what we're seeing here on the radar, what we see from the history today, that rotation that has a history of producing a tornado just northwest of Goff and northeast of Corning, and moving basically right through Woodlawn right now, if not shortly. That storm is almost sure to have a tornado warning issued in the next few moments for Brown County. I would expect that. So if you're in Brown County, Hiawatha, Padonia, Powhatan, you should be ready to take shelter or just do it right now. So if you're in Hiawatha, Powhatan, Padonia, this is the time to go ahead and grab your shoes. If your house was hit by a tornado, you don't want to try to crawl out in socks or bare feet. This is the time that if you're in Hiawatha, you can grab stuff. There's the warning. I told you it was coming. It's a confirmed tornado warning for Hiawatha. So if you're in Hiawatha now, you still have a few moments. Grab your shoes, go to your safe spot. If you have a bike helmet or that kind of thing or a pillow, take it with you and be ready to cover your head just in case your home was to be hit. This is that kind of situation. So if you're in Hiawatha, Powhatan, Padonia, even Willis, Reserve, I want you to quickly get to shelter. I'm not leaning forward saying run for it right now, but grab your stuff quickly, whatever you need, and give yourself about 30 seconds, maybe 1 minute in Hiawatha and Powhatan, and get to your shelter quickly here, all right? You have a real risk of a tornado hitting. This has a well-defined hook echo on it. This storm's ingested a couple of other storms earlier. It's gotten big. It's got a well-defined storm structure to it with a hook right there. It formed a tornado over just northwest of Goff just a few minutes ago. 2:47 p.m. is when they did this, when it touched down. Emergency management confirmed it. Daniel just shows you a picture of it. It's on the ground. I don't know how big it is at this point, but it's a confirmed tornado on the ground heading toward Powhatan and Hiawatha and Padonia. So there it is on the velocity mode, and you can see everything spinning in here very quickly. And again, you just have really a few minutes here in Hiawatha before that thing is going to possibly strike town. So let's see if we can get the time of arrival here coming out of Nemaha County into Brown County. And as it goes through Hiawatha, you're going to have a time of arrival. We've got Hamlin 322, Hiawatha 326, Reserve 331, Robinson 337. We've got all the way to Rulo by 347. So again, it is a confirmed tornado. They are reporting with this. So if you're in Hiawatha and Reserve, Padonia, Powhatan, you need to take shelter right now, as again, this is a confirmed tornado that's in place here. It touched down a few minutes ago, right about there, just northwest of Goff. And within the next few minutes here, Hiawatha could be hit by a tornado. Powhatan, Padonia, Robinson, you are all in the path of a tornado that just touched down. 10 minutes ago is when it touched down. So we have confirmation this thing did touch down just a few minutes ago there in just northwest of Goff. I want to show what's going on to the south as well now as we get down to areas like Emporia, where we had a severe thunderstorm warning issued a few minutes ago, and the National Weather Service from Wichita was kind of leaning forward with the severe storm warning with tornado possible for this stuff that was coming out of Chase County into Emporia, into Lyon County. So let's check out the velocity on this. We'll see if we have any spin to this point. And I don't see anything that's convincing. There's a weak spin right there. You can see it right here in this part of it. Most likely that's what they were watching when they were saying severe storm warning, tornado possible. Probably that stuff right there that's coming toward the west side of Lyon County, the west side of Emporia. So that's the area of rotation they were mentioning when they said tornado possible. So sometimes when they're issuing a severe storm warning, if it's got enough rotation to concern them, they're thinking about issuing a tornado warning, they'll just say tornado possible in it, and that means that they're just really one step away from issuing a tornado warning if they go for it. So this is what it looks like right now with a live camera there in Emporia, and because there's just an absolute downpour of rain, it's hard to see a lot of storm structure, but still sometimes you can. And I see some law enforcement there driving over toward the where you get on the turnpike. But right now, that doesn't look like it's particularly extreme at this point. Certainly hail the size of quarters is possible there, and we have to watch everything for possibility of rotation today, but there's no tornado warning with that, and what rotations in that storm looks to be pretty weak. However, if we look down to the south, you'll see right along the Kansas and Oklahoma state line here, you can actually see another tornado warning that's right there. Now this is out of the WIBW viewing area, but that's going to start getting just to the east of Arkansas City, and you'll see if that may be a confirmed tornado as well. I think it is. So back on the radar here.
Daniel's got a good picture on there from Corning.
Okay, so that's Cowley County. So that's not the WIBW viewing area yet, but it just shows you that down the line farther, these storms coming up from the south also have the potential to produce tornadoes, and that's the part of the line they were worried about having a potentially even more violent tornadoes. Let's show Daniel. Daniel has a picture of the tornado from earlier. Daniel, go.
Well, we do have, again, this is the photo we did show earlier. Again, probably what it looks like from Corning. This photo now, about 10 minutes ago, it was taken, 2:50. Again, looking 2 miles west of Corning. So now at this time, it has moved a little bit further towards the north and east of that point. But still, want to make sure we're very precautious about this and taking shelter if we're in the path, because that is a tornado on the ground. And while this photo is definitely taken from a bit of a distance, it is definitely looks like it's a pretty fairly formidable one. So again, want to really be taking this seriously now that after about an hour and a half of warnings, tornado warnings with this storm, we are getting them on the ground now. Only can expect it to maybe intensify a little further.
Thank you, Daniel. I've got something really weird to show you now. Look at Manhattan on the radar. Doesn't look like a whole lot going on, right? So we're not showing Manhattan a whole lot at this point. I want to show what's actually going on there. As Doug mentioned a few minutes ago, we had some wind damage around Junction City. So we're going to check out the cams here. I'm going to bring up the camera there from the Flint Hills Discovery Center from Manhattan and check out the wind. The very strong winds there in Manhattan. You can see the stoplights there swinging in the breeze here. These winds are probably 60 miles per hour close to it. So when Doug said it might be a wake low producing the strong winds, non-thunderstorm winds, this is the kind of weird stuff we see. If you look at the radar here and check out Manhattan, who in the world is going to think that's a severe thunderstorm or possibly wind damage? But these wake low winds tend to form right on the edge of where the rain ends. It's super weird, and I could spend an hour trying to explain it to you and probably confuse both of us even more. But it's really a rare, weird thing that happens called a wake low. But around Manhattan right now, you can see the strong winds. Doug mentioned a few minutes ago we had wind damage around Junction City. And I'll bet we get wind damage from Manhattan as well from this. And St. George, Keats, Fort Riley, all right there close to that. Show Daniel. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry. We meant to show this newer photo that just came in. This is about 2 minutes ago northwest of Wetmore, thanks to Neil Clow. We do have that storm still, it looks like, on the ground, looking pretty similar to that same picture, same sort of size as it was from Corning about 10 minutes ago. But again, now close to Wetmore, and this continues to stay on the ground here. And this one looks to be a little bit closer to the tornado than the last picture, and you can sort of see how it's getting a little bit, or not getting wider, but is a fairly wide tornado for its stature right now. So again, want to be tracking this very closely. This is now 2 confirmed photos here within the last 10, 12 minutes that we see this tornado still on the ground.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, so several pictures of that tornado now from Brown County. We had it confirmed. Now it's moving toward actually a touchdown in Nemaha County, and now we have it moving into to Brown County. So we have a tornado warning that includes Coffee Line, Osage. Is that what that is, or is that's a different warning? Right,
no, tornado warning is for Marshall, Nemaha, and Brown.
I had a couple of different videos there that are on top, or images on top of each other then. All right, we get over to this. Here we go. I had it zoomed out too far, so I was trying to pick the other warning. All right, there we go. Tornado warning, Brown, Nemaha. This is no longer Doppler. This is Doppler radar indicated now?
It is, yes, on
okay,
those.
Brown, Nemaha. Do we have a new warning to the left?
To the west,
there?
yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 different tornado warnings here now. This one is going to be, oh my gosh, that's the thing coming out of Marshall County now. All right, so we have 2 different Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings here. One is the one we were tracking, and Daniel showed you pictures of the tornado itself. This is a new one. This is coming out of Marshall County into the southwest part of Nemaha County. So areas I just warned, and we just told you to take shelter, you're going to have to take shelter again. The storms in Marshall County have now shown enough rotation. They're issuing tornado warnings with that. So what you can see is this first tornado warning right there that's getting close to Hiawatha, comes across southern Nemaha County up into Brown County. Behind that, this is the new one. So don't get confused. This is the second one. This one coming out of Marshall County into Nemaha County. The same towns we just named and said take shelter, you need to take shelter again. It's the same track as the last one. Of course, the last one did have a tornado touch down near Corning. So let's see where everything is now. If you're in Hiawatha, I mentioned you a few minutes ago, but you need to go ahead and take shelter right now if you haven't already. Potential tornado just southwest of Fairview, so along Highway 36 between Fairview and Hiawatha. If you've ever been to Hiawatha, you've probably gone to the intersection there at Fairview. But Fairview, the tornado will be awfully close to you right now if it's on the ground. Little velocity, you can see what I see there, but the hook echo very close to Fairview, no doubt. This had a tornado with it earlier. Right now it's Doppler radar indicated, but you can see the particles in this are certainly moving very quickly. I'm going to show you the other tornado warning instead of analyzing this one too much. Hiawatha, Powhatan, I want you taking shelter right now, please. And as I go to the west here in the southeastern part of Marshall County, that's the new tornado warning just issued a few minutes ago. And for some reason, when I zoom out, it wants to tell me Lyon has one. Lyon does not have a tornado warning right now. Please don't think that it does. I'll figure out why the computer's giving us that in a moment, but right now let's just cover what we've got. So we'll go back to the now mode here, look at exactly where this is. Just south of Vermilion is where this potential tornado would be located. It's heading towards Centralia. Again, we just talked about Corning. Corning, emergency management from Nemaha County reported this tornado a few minutes ago just north of town. Now we've got this next tornado warning that's over the same area. So Vermilion, Centralia, you need to take shelter. This is a potential tornado, a Doppler radar indicated tornado, but take shelter right now. Daniel, what do you got?
Well, we have some photos of damage. Not sure if this is from the tornado. We don't have that in the description, but from Matt Becker, thanks to that person, a lost roof off of their pole barn 4 miles south of Centralia, where some minor damage has been reported there. So even if this wasn't the tornado, it was done by some very strong winds associated with this storm. So even if we don't see those warnings tonight in your area for tornadoes specifically, and even if you don't see a severe storm warning, these winds with these even weaker storms are going to be strong enough to
Daniel,
at least
if you could
cause
refresh that, we got
minor
some
damage.
other wind damage even in Topeka. So while we're not getting anything as far as warnings are concerned, the winds are really starting to pick up in Topeka too.
And, yep, there we go. We do have, again, well, this one here is a little bit west of St. George, 10-inch branch. So, the winds are definitely picking up here in Topeka, despite not seeing that rain just yet. Huge chunk of a tree down from wind gust in southwest Topeka. This is by the B&B Theater, so if you're in that area, you might be seeing some damage as well. And then, of course, there's that first photo from a little bit south of the Centralia area showing wind damage of some sort. May have been a little bit of tornado damage. I believe 4 miles south of Centralia was included within that warning. So, again, but either way, without tornadoes, still going to see some wind damage, baseball-sized hail still possible, and even that risk of flash flooding just because of how wet the grounds are from the last several days of previous rainfall.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So if you're in Centralia, again, he just mentioned they had that damage 4 miles south of Centralia. That's where the picture you just saw was. That area is back in a tornado warning right now. It's a new tornado warning just issued for that activity coming out of Marshall County. So if you are seeing that, please don't think that that's old data. Hey guys, there's a video Melissa Bruner has near Robinson. So I don't see that. It's 14 minutes ago. Maybe it's something we already had. It says north of Robinson. So if you guys see that, it's an email. I don't know. But close to Centralia, you need to take shelter right now. A few minutes ago was when we had some wind damage. Could be tornado damage. I don't know. But Goff, Centralia, you're taking shelter again because of a new tornado warning moving your way. This one goes till 3:30 p.m. This is a new warning. It's not the old one. The old one was almost the exact same area. So if you're in Centralia, Goff, Seneca, Oneida, this is a new tornado warning coming your way. So we had the old one, but that old storm is still in progress. It's just over in Brown County now. And your tornado warning that's in eastern Marshall and much of Nemaha County, that's a new warning. This tornado warning is the one that has a history of touching down at least once northeast of Corning and northwest of Goff. It likely touched down very close to the town of Woodlawn, very small town, but it's just north of Goff is where that is. So that's where it touched down. And then we have this tornado warning that's getting awfully close to Hiawatha for the rotation now. In Hiawatha, in Robinson, please take shelter right now. If you have friends or family in that area and think they might not be paying attention, give them a call. Let them know it's a tornado warning. It's awfully close to Hiawatha, and this one has a history of touching down. So it is a dangerous storm with a history of producing tornadoes. I'm going to check out the reports on this and see if we have any confirmation other than, yeah, we have two different spots that touched down there in Nemaha County. The other storm earlier touched down near Robinson, and then a few miles north of Robinson. I think it was 9 miles north of Robinson. And then this tornado that touched down in Nemaha County, that's from this hook echo right here. It touched down at least twice just northwest of Goff and then straight north of Goff. So these two are from this storm, this hook echo right here that's currently moving toward Hiawatha. And if we look at the rotation on this velocity and take it back in time, you're going to see that rotation go past Goff and going right toward Hiawatha and Powhatan. So if you're in Hiawatha, this storm, that rotation has a history of doing damage and producing a tornado that touched down at least in 2 locations. So it's going toward Hiawatha right now. You have to take shelter there if you are in Hiawatha right now. So the other tornado warning is the area that's coming kind of over the same area as the first one. Again, I just showed you where those confirmations of tornadoes were, just north of Goff. Now this new tornado warning, we had damage just south of Centralia, 4 miles. That's where Daniel was showing you. They had the irrigation equipment was knocked over and some damage there as well. But that same area, 4 miles south of Centralia, that's almost exactly where this new rotation is going. So Centralia, take shelter again. Goff, take shelter again. Woodlawn, you got to take shelter again right now. That warning goes till 3:30, so it's still 20 minutes away. Most likely before then, we'll see Vermilion cropped off out of that tornado warning. But Centralia, Goff, Oneida, you should all be taking shelter right now and stay as safe from this as you can. Lowest level of your house, we mentioned, put as many walls as possible between you and the storm. The rotation on the second storm coming in here right there is not as pronounced as the one that's just going toward Hiawatha at this point, but certainly just southwest of Centralia looks like a significant area of spin, and that could produce a tornado at any time if it's not doing it already. And we're talking earlier, Doug mentioned we had wind damage around Junction City from what's considered non-thunderstorm winds, and it might be from what's called a wake low, and these are really weird, but a minute ago I was showing you the cameras here from Manhattan, and what we saw was very strong winds there in town, kind of right on the edge of the range. I'm going to see how this looks now. I'll bring this up full so you can see it a little better. There we go. And I'll take that image full so you can actually see a little better. So there you go. This is in Manhattan. Look at how strong the winds are. Still blowing around the stoplights there from the Flint Hills Discovery Center. So you're right on the edge of the rain. There's nothing about that on radar that would make you think this is going to produce some wind damage. But right on the edge of the rain is where we have what appears to be a wake low. Wamego may even have strong winds at this point. That's from Wamego Telecom, looking down Highway 99. Doesn't look like it's as strong there in Wamego, but we had wind damage in Junction City. We had wind damage reported near just east of Junction City as well. Let's see if the CanDrive cameras are picking up anything there. They might even have something showing up in that area. There we go. Let's just check down I-70 here, and I'll bring it up. Let's see, how do I want to do this? All right, I'll bring it up this way. Do cams full, and we're just going to do a tour down I-70 real quick and see what it looks like on I-70. We'll bring up Manhattan full. That's what I'll do. That's going to be the CanDrive page. And now go on to cameras here, and we can just see if we have that wake low that's making that same effect down I-70 at this point. So this is that Centennial Road. That's going to be, I believe that's in Salina. Get over here. There's the Alma exit. Looks all right. There's Deep Creek Road on I-70. And you can really see how strong the winds are right there. Again, that's not an area of severe storm. That's just very strong winds from the being on the edge of a storm, from what's called a wake low. A couple of the cameras look like they're just out, and they may even be taking some wind damage there. I mean, sometimes the wind just shuts them down, so that may be what's going on there. But again, in Manhattan, we're seeing the strong winds, and you can see the trees right here with the Flint Hills Discovery Center and the stoplights right there that are really kind of taking a beating, and it's not in a severe thunderstorm warning by any means. So again, we have a tornado watch going until 7 p.m. for really all of northeast Kansas, and a new severe storm watch has been issued, looks like for north central and western Kansas. So we're expecting to see really an active night across the area with probably more tornado warnings. Right now, we have the 2 tornado warnings, one for Brown County, another for Nemaha County. This is a warm front right there that's setting off a lot of the stuff that's been going on so far. We're still waiting on the greater jet stream energy to come in from the south, from out of Oklahoma and Texas, and that could set off more severe weather through the evening. And we're really expecting to see more tornado warnings through the evening. We've already had at least 2 of them touch down in a few spots, but right now areas like Emporia, I've been watching you. We had a lot of lightning there. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there in Emporia. It's not a tornado warning. The storm had some rotation earlier that's not as significant now. And we have kind of a widespread shield of rain that's getting into Council Grove to Emporia. Again, the severe storm warning that's in Emporia right now. That goes for a few more minutes here. I'm going to zoom in more closely on it so we can see the specifics on that one. It had rotation earlier when it came out of Chase County. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning with hail about the size of a nickel and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Radar indicated. I haven't had reports of damage in Concordia. I saw some lightning striking in town, so certainly that's an issue. But Redding is in this. You have Osage County in this, also Coffee County in this. If your weather radios are going off, that's what it is. That's not a tornado situation at this point, but that storm has to be watched. And you can see it's getting kind of a cellular structure where this one's kind of separating off from this other one down here in Greenwood County. So those storms coming up up the turnpike, this could become a tornado situation. Those could. I'm not overstressing this. Those storms have potential to become tornado producers. We have to watch those. So if you're in Topeka, Lawrence, Eskridge, Dover, Auburn, Osage City, we've got to watch this stuff coming up the turnpike very closely because those could produce tornadoes too. Doug, what's the date on the new one coming in?
See, we got Marshall County, you're in the clear from a tornado warning, but it continues for Nemaha and Brown County, and that are both radar indicated on both of those. And some of the cities at 3:20, Hiawatha, Morrill, and Hamlin, you'll be impacted by the tornado warning at 3:20. Robinson at 3:30, and Reserve at 3:35. And let's see, as far as the one in Nemaha County, Seneca, Centralia, Wetmore, Corning, Goff, and Oneida are still in the cities being impacted by the tornado warning.
All right, take Daniel for me, please.
So we do have a video. This is from about 2:50-ish, around the same time those previous other photos were. But we do have the tornado video here about 6 miles north of Robinson. It's a little hard to see here with that white background, but up close I am able to make out that funnel here right there in the center. So more confirmation. Again, this one's a little more dated from about 2:50 or so, but this was in Robinson. Again, that area and part of Brown County about to enter, or if they're not already within, another tornado warning. So this might be the second tornado we see in that area today, if that does get confirmed or reaches to be down on the ground. But again, thank you to the viewer who submitted that. That was pulled from an email, so we don't have the name on hand right now, but more great videos, more great things that we're going to keep on showing you here throughout the day. I'll take a look back here just to minimize this and go back to our webpage to see if we have any other new photos here where we haven't checked in a couple more minutes. We'll just give a bit of a refresh there.
And FYI,
see what else
while
we
you're
have.
doing that, there is somehow something got put in from a tweet or something that Lion, Osage, and Coffee are in a tornado warning. They are not.
It's my graphic. It's my graphic.
Okay, they are not. So sorry about the confusion there. We're having some issues with our graphics. So if you're anywhere south of I-70, there's no tornado warning along or south of I-70 right now.
Okay, I can take it now, guys. All right, so as Doug mentioned, we had this, it looks like there's a tornado warning in Lyon, Coffee counties. I'll show you really quick why that's happening to us, just so you see what the deal is. When I zoom out like this, for some reason, it's wanting to prioritize these counties on the list up here, and then it's showing tornado warning up here. So it's pointing up here, but it's listing these counties that are down here. That's something I'll figure out later today, but just so you know why that's even a confusion, that's what it is. It's my layers in the computer for some reason are tossing one above the other. I'll troubleshoot that later, but for now that's why you might have saw it. There is no tornado warning in Emporia, no tornado warning in Osage County. The storms you see coming through Lyon County and Osage County right now could become tornadoes. And I'm concerned about Topeka about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. Those storms coming up the turnpike could certainly start to rotate. They're already spinning, and the Weather Service from Wichita, as it was in Chase County, were saying severe storm warning, tornado possible. As this stuff gets farther to the north, it's more of a conducive area to spin. So as it gets closer to Topeka, it might do it. So stay tuned. Right now we have a tornado warning in Brown County. This one touched down a couple times already in Nemaha County. Daniel was showing you pictures of the damage there, just south of Centralia, 4 miles, and we had it touch down officially just northwest of Goff, and just straight north of Goff, close to the town of Woodlawn is where it was. Right now, the rotation from this awfully close to Hiawatha. If you're in Hiawatha, you need to take shelter right now. If you have friends or family in Hiawatha, you're not sure if they're taking shelter, give them a call or text message and say, hey, take shelter right now, please. If you have friends or family that might benefit from watching us here, we're live streaming on WIBW.com. Let them know. We're live streaming on Facebook. Let people know that way. We're live streaming on YouTube. You can let people know that way. We have the WIBW weather app that's sending out updates for where tornado warnings are. We're not sending out, customized updates right now because clearly we're ongoing. But make sure your friends and family are aware that there's a tornado risk today, and there's a lot of areas that are probably going to have significant damage from this. So Hiawatha, you have a few moments before a potential tornado moves in. Robinson, Hamlin, you should be taking shelter right now as well. The other tornado warning is close to Centralia at this time. That's what the rotation is on this one. Goff, Oneida, Seneca, you're all very close to that. You should be taking shelter as well. That tornado warning goes until 4 p.m. So going back here onto the velocity mode, what you'll see there is the strongest rotation very close to Centralia and maybe just east of Centralia. There was the first one. You can see an hour ago. Here comes the rotation that caused the damage near Goff and just south of Centralia. Now it's almost into Hiawatha. The second rotation is this. That's just now moving past Centralia, just the east of Centralia at this point. So the area that Daniel was showing earlier that had damage, 4 miles south of Centralia. We had some irrigation equipment knocked over. Looked like some damage to a barn maybe. Not sure all of what it was, but we had damage there already, and the second storm moving over really that same area. So back onto the warnings, the official warning map here. You've got the tornado warning that goes till 3:30. That's almost expired here. Let's see, we're at 3:21. So a couple more minutes before this expires, but it's going toward Oneida, Goff, Woodlawn. You're in the path of that too. And the other warning is in Brown County going until 4. So Brown County, this is your second tornadic storm to move through. The first one passed off into Missouri, and I'm not tracking it anymore. I'm letting that one go because we've got active stuff here in northeast Kansas. If it was a day where we didn't have something here, I might follow it more. But Hiawatha, this is your second tornado, potentially tornado. The first one had a tornado near Robinson earlier, north of Robinson. This second one has a history of producing tornadoes. Now Hiawatha, you have to pay attention for a third one too. So in Hiawatha, you're taking shelter right now. In Robinson, Hamlin, Powhatan, you're taking shelter right now because of this potential tornado with a history of producing tornadoes. About 20, maybe 30 minutes after this one, you're going to have to take shelter again because this next one coming out of the Centralia area, passing Seneca and Oneida, you're almost sure to have a tornado warning issued for this after the one that's in place right now moves away. So be ready for seeing that. All right, so let's zoom back out. I'll just pan down actually to areas around Emporia. And I want to see what's going on with these storms that are coming up the Kansas Turnpike. Doug, tell me what that is.
Yeah, just an update for the Nemaha County tornado warning until 3:30, and Seneca, Centralia, and Oneida is still in the path of this, moving pretty quickly east at 50 miles per hour. So this is a pretty quick moving storm.
50 miles per hour, okay. All right, so this is the one Doug's mentioning. 50 miles per hour is how fast it's moving. It can get to Hiawatha in just under an hour at that speed. So that's a dangerous storm, 50 miles per hour. That an update for the Brown County storm, I assume?
It is, yes.
Okay, what does it say?
Open that real quick. And so this will be moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, and places that are being impacted by this storm: Hiawatha, Robinson, Reserve, and Hamlin. Those areas will be impacted close to 3:30, and then it gets into the rural areas and the Iowa Reservation in Kansas and Nebraska, Sac and Fox Nation Reservation as well.
There's Reserve right there, just north of Hiawatha. Thank you, Doug. So they updated both these tornado warnings, and they kept them both going. They're both Doppler radar indicated. They're not confirmed on the ground right now, but they're Doppler radar indicated. So we're going to pan to the west. I want to see what's going on the west side of this line around Concordia. This stuff is not getting more agitated at this point. It's still the warm front. We have to watch that, but at this point, that stuff does not look to be especially dangerous. This stuff coming up the Kansas Turnpike, getting close to Osage City, and getting past Emporia, they're the worst of it. There's a second storm just about to move into Emporia from the south that also could be very strong. I'm going to check rotation on these. These are not tornado warnings, but I'm concerned about them moving into this environment that's favorable for rotating storms, and see if we have anything that's spinning on this. So there was a spin right there as it came out of Chase County, passing into western Lyon County, and now moving up the Kansas Turnpike right about there, almost to, it's getting close to the Highway 56 exit there. That's an area of rotation. This is not a tight, well-defined rotation. It could be just strong straight line winds. I say just, it still cause damage, of course, but that's an area that I'm watching, is that part right here. I'll be watching anything else. This part right here is also spinning, coming out of Greenwood County. These last few frames, you can see this is kind of a broad rotation moving toward the south side of Emporia at this time. So that's not a sign that will make me lean forward and think that it's tornadic, but it's the kind of thing that lets you know that you have to keep a close eye on it. And I'm positioning my cameras from Council Grove and Emporia right now to make sure we're looking in the right direction on those as they come toward town. So there's one straight south of Emporia. I'm going to point my camera straight south, be ready. And the Council Grove camera got pointed that direction as well, so I'm ready with those. But these are severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now. Those are not tornado warnings. Now, if I zoom out on this, you will see there are more tornado warnings down to the south. So this batch of storms right here is kind of in between the tornado warnings we have in the north and more activity to the south. There are tornado warnings along the Oklahoma state line, a couple more a little farther down into Oklahoma. Let's look at even farther and see how the picture is. There's a confirmed tornado way down here in Texas, a couple tornado warnings here, and we have a cluster of tornado warnings here in northeast Kansas, including Brown, Nemaha County, and the one that's over in northwest Missouri now that did produce a tornado in Brown County a little while ago. So we'll zoom in here, look at the tornado reports we've had so far today, and we've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes touching down. Where's the reports? There we go, right here. And so we had confirmed tornadoes touching down near Robinson. One about 9 miles north of Robinson was the report on this one. Nemaha County's emergency management reported this one touched down a couple times just north of Goff and just northeast of Corning. So those are the confirmed tornadoes we had touched down today in the WIBW viewing area. And now we have more tornado warnings in those same areas from new storms. These are new storms that are doing this. Actually, the one that's over Hiawatha right now produced the tornadoes in just north of Goff. This tornado warning south of Seneca, north of Goff right now in almost the exact same spot has not officially produced one that we've seen touch down, but it certainly could. So if you're in Hiawatha, again, you need to take shelter right now. You are in danger in Hiawatha. You were earlier for sure. I would not be surprised if there was damage in Hiawatha. I don't know. Robinson takes shelter. Hiawatha takes shelter right now. Powhatan, you're close to this. And I'm telling you, Hiawatha, Powhatan, Robinson, you're taking shelter right now. 30 minutes from now, I'm going to be telling you the same thing for the different storms coming in from the west, from Nemaha County. So we'll pan over there. And this is the other rotation that's getting just north of Goff again. It's almost like a replay of what happened just about 35, 40 minutes ago, as a second rotation is moving through that same area and becoming more prevalent there, more obvious on the radar. We'll zoom in on this one, just south of Seneca. You can see the bright colors there showing up very close to Seneca, just south of town. And these are going to be big numbers on this. We'll see what we have. So right there, we got velocities moving 70 miles per hour. And over here near Seneca, they're going in 11 miles per hour the other direction. So you have rotation there. It's not a neat, tidy rotation, but certainly that could produce a tornado at any time. So far, that tornado warning, this particular cell has not produced a tornado that touched the ground, at least no reports of it. It could at any time, but we have not heard so far that it actually has. Daniel, have any new pictures yet?
Not looking at any brand new ones yet, or ones that are quite as relevant to the current storm. We do have a little bit of damage and a little bit of some video of some winds here we can show. So this first one here is from, I believe, Manhattan. Yeah, 11th and Points, taken at about 3:20. So large tree blocking the road there just from the winds. Manhattan really not even seeing much. I don't even really think they've seen much of storm activity so far today. I think I may have just missed them to the north. So this is damage, or that was damage, without any thunderstorms involved. So it gives you an idea of how strong those winds are. And we do have a video here from Diane Levin-Lentz here from 8 minutes ago in Milford at about 3:05, where I believe there was really just a video of some of the stronger winds here, but definitely showing you how it's making a lot of those larger trees. I mean, I think that's a pretty big evergreen tree there, sort of bend and whip around here. So, and again, this is a video without any thunderstorms ongoing as well. So just being in proximity, or not even really being that close to these storms, is enough for those winds to really still be pretty damaging all throughout the day. So even in the downtime between storms, we're still going to have to be very aware of what's going on there with all of these storms and all the other impacts that may be following or preceding said storms.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So we still have a tornado warning in Brown County. It looks like the tornado warning for Nemaha County expired at 3:30 and they let it go. So the tornado warning in Nemaha County, as far as we know, did not produce a tornado warning or tornado touchdown this time. It was Doppler radar indicated the whole time. So at 3:30, this one expired. And from what I see on the radar, that one is getting smaller. This storm is not as big as it was in aerial coverage. It's getting smaller. The storm that's over Hiawatha right now still has a well-formed structure to it, and it continues the tornado warning that goes until 4 p.m. So Hiawatha, you're taking shelter right now. I'm more optimistic this time that maybe I won't be telling you to take shelter after that one moves through, at least for a while. I really thought Hiawatha would have a third tornado warning coming over you, but now it looks like just 2. So you have the second one right now. Certainly dangerous. Take shelter here. We'll see if they issue a new warning for the Nemaha County storm. They might, or it may not. If it continues to weaken, which looks like it is the moment, then we'll be in better shape. But right now, right over Hiawatha, this is the second time we've had a rotation showing up almost right over Hiawatha. The National Weather Service just continued this tornado warning going until 4. Doug, do you have the text on the Brown County warning?
Yes, it is Robinson Reserve in about 4 minutes, and is when that tornadic warm storm is going to be moving over your area before it moves over some of the rural areas, or the Iowa Reservation in Kansas and Nebraska, and Sac and Fox Nation Reservation. So it's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
All right, thank you, Doug. So that's the only tornado warning we have right now, is this one that is just kind of to the barely northeast of Hiawatha, getting close to Robinson. As Doug mentioned, take shelter in Robinson, take shelter in Reserve, Padonia, Hiawatha. If you're anywhere north of those locations up to the Nebraska state line, you should take shelter as well. This one is a Doppler radar indicated tornado right now. This one has a history of producing tornadoes. It touched down at least once near Corning and Goff, north of those towns, and we had some pictures of damage we shared with you a few minutes ago from those. So this one has a history of producing tornadoes. As I zoom out on this, you can see there's that second area of rotation back here close to Oneida and just south of Sabetha heading for Fairview. This storm does not have a tornado warning with it anymore, but if you're in Fairview and Sabetha, just heads up, that storm is still very strong. It didn't go away. It's just not quite up to the requirements of a tornado warning at this point, but it's still going to be a very strong thunderstorm moving through. So Fairview, Sabetha, you should be ready for that as it comes through. Again, the only tornado warning we have right now, the WIBW viewing region, is this thing, near Hiawatha, heading toward Robinson in the northeast part of Brown County. A lot of rural area there, of course, but people there want to make sure we're warning you on this. So Hiawatha, take shelter. Robinson, take shelter. Hamlin, you're close to that as well. Moving down to the south, I'm going to have to watch these storms very closely. The stuff that's coming through Osage County and Lyon County right now. This storm that's moving right at the Kansas Turnpike is kind of circled in rain. The core of this, the worst part of it, is circled in rain. So we're going to watch that as it moves north toward Topeka, and that storm's in the warm sector, and we could have tornadoes develop kind of in the middle of these things. They don't have to be well-defined supercells with a hook echo like what we had close to Highway 36, from Marshall County through Brown, Nemaha, and even Donovan County having warned. Had Pottawatomie, Riley, Clay all had tornado warnings. Jackson County had one earlier as well. But those storms we've seen so far had a decent structure to look at where you could tell where the hook echo was. Storms like this can become something where we have tornadoes that develop within the storm. It's just a very volatile atmosphere today, and we're going to have to watch a lot of these for really all day long. If we get to a situation where we don't have tornado warnings in the WIBW region, we'll go back to programming for a while, but we will continue this live stream all day long, most likely, until I just see no threat at all. But I want to make sure people are advised on what's going on with these. So right now, the only tornado warning we have in the WIBW viewing area is this one. It goes till 4 p.m. and it includes areas, really the northeast quarter or quadrant of Brown County is all in this. If you're in Robinson, you should take shelter right now. If you're in Hiawatha, you should take shelter right now. If you're in Padonia, you should take shelter right now. This storm, again, goes till 4 o'clock. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado. It could touch down. I'm checking out the velocities here on it and see what they look like. I'm going to stop it and put it on the now mode here. And right over Hiawatha, again, we have one of these bright areas of a lot of rapid movement in both directions over that. I'm going to check out the tilt on this and see if I can get another look at the other levels of this. So let's check out the 1.5 tilt on this. On the velocity, we've got 2.5. And once we get up this elevation, it starts to look even higher up. So the higher elevations of this, I'm not seeing it more pronounced, but the low level, the lowest level of the velocity radar, you can see the winds are moving. What do we have? All right, we've got this tornado warning data till 4, but they're going roughly 80 miles per hour, as I'm seeing there from that scan. So tornado warning till 4 for Brown County. That includes Hiawatha. Robinson is in this. I think that tilt just wouldn't let me do it. But we have the tornado warning there again for Brown County going until 4. And this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. This is not touched down that we know of. It certainly could at some point, but so far we haven't had a confirmation that it did. So Robinson, take shelter. White Cloud is heading your way again. And Hiawatha looks like the worst part of this is probably just getting past Hiawatha. There's a 75 mile per hour marker showing up there in this storm. So it's still going to likely do some wind damage, even if it does not produce a tornado. But a tornado warning continues till 4 for this. It probably won't make it till 4 before it makes it over into Donovan County or even up into Missouri. So it's very likely we will see that cropped here in the next few minutes to include a smaller sliver of the northeast part of Brown County. And then after that, I would suspect that it'll be a Donovan County issue, and then it'll be a Missouri issue shortly after that. Our attention soon is going to have to turn down to this stuff here that's coming up the Kansas Turnpike. Now, I'm not seeing as big of an area of the reds and oranges I did a few minutes ago. And you can see these storms. This one's actually kind of spinning anticyclonic. It's just really a nasty day of storms with these things. So we'll have to see what that one does. It's coming up across Osage County right now. And the indications from the Weather Service are saying 60 mile per hour winds are possible. Goes till 3:45 for this warning, with the potential of hail the size of a nickel and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Let's check the velocity on this and see how it looks. And again, that one's coming into Osage City now. It's not a tornado warning. It looks to me like it's getting more outflow dominant probably. It looks like it's about to get really windy in the south.
Just expired the warning there.
They expired that warning to the south?
Yeah.
They let it go early?
Well,
Okay.
Expiring at 3:45.
All right, good. So Harveyville Burlingame, there's an outflow right here. That's going to be strong winds. Doesn't mean they're severe winds, but just very gusty here with heavy rain moving toward Topeka from this. We'll zoom out on this and see if we can check out the camera from Maple Hill and see how those storms look as they're coming toward Topeka right now. Again, we don't have a tornado warning with that stuff, but it is something we're monitoring closely to see what it actually does in the near term here. So That's going to be right here, looking to the south toward this storm from the WIBW transmission tower. That camera's got just a great position to watch these storms in, so it doesn't look like it's too dangerous at this point. But the National Weather Service saying a few moments ago they're going to let this severe storm warning expire at 3:45. So that means that one they're seeing signs that it's weakening. We may get to a situation where we don't have any warnings at all. That'd be amazing. So right now, the tornado warning we have is in the northeast part of Brown County, and it expires at 4 o'clock. I don't believe this will make it until 4 o'clock before we see this move out of Brown County. They have not issued a tornado warning for Donovan County yet, so maybe they're not seeing a lot of rotation with it like they did earlier. We'll see, but Donovan County would be the next in line for this thing if it, in fact, stays with the tornado warnings on it. With the northeast part of Brown County, we're getting out of Hiawatha now. It's just getting just north of Robinson. I don't think that's even in Robinson at this point. So it's east of Highway 159, and it's north of Highway 36. So you're getting into a part of Brown County that's very rural, of course. A few houses up here, no doubt. Let's check out some of the roads that are close. This is Prairie Road. This is Thrasher Road over here. They'll be close to the most dangerous part of this. And we'll zoom back out and look at what the setup is for the rest of the area. So tornado watch goes till 7 p.m. These storms down to the south right now don't look particularly nasty on the radar. This warning that's in Lyon and Osage County is going to expire shortly. Farther south, this is a confirmed tornado right here. That's and says considerable and observed, so that's a big one. That is Chautauqua County, I believe. Let's check that one out really quick and see what's going on with it, because these storms coming up from Oklahoma and southern Kansas, we probably will have to deal with these later. So let's check out the velocity on it, see how nasty that one actually looks near Dexter, Kansas. That's a big tornado. Yeah, it is. We'll hit the stop on this. Now mode, there we go. And right here, that's a very well-defined tornado, a big one close to the town of Dexter, Kansas, maybe 8 miles west-southwest of Otter, Kansas. So that's one we're going to have to watch as it continues making its way northward. That one, well, let's see a distance on that, is how far it would be away from maybe Coffee County if it continues doing what it's doing. There's no reason to believe that these things are going to stop or dissipate or weaken as they come our direction. So there we go. We've got that tornado that is confirmed on the ground right now. I'm going to give you a distance on that from that to Burlington, which may sound like a long way to be concerned, but if this is a long track tornado, which they could be today, it's only 75 or 80 miles. It's about 65 miles to the southwest part of Coffee County. So an hour from now, maybe an hour and a half from now, Coffee County, you could be dealing with that. That's a large tornado, no doubt, from looking at the radar signature there. That's definitely on the ground in progress right now. That's a very dangerous storm, and it's moving to the northeast, so that's one we might have to contend with. If not that one, certainly something like it. So again, the one tornado warning we have right now is the northeast corner of Brown County, and that tornado warning goes till 4 p.m. I don't think it's going to make it all the way to 4 p.m., and we'll zoom in on it again and ignore that Coffee County mention right there again, please. But right there in the northeast part of Brown County, this is the only tornado warning we have going right now. It's just about to get over into the northern part of Donovan County. It's going to pass Highland. Highland won't have any problem with that. White Cloud won't have a problem with that. And the fact that the National Weather Service has not issued anything yet for Donovan County makes me think they're probably going to let that one go. But normally with these, normally with something like this, they'd probably take it in northern Donovan. I don't know if they will or not, but that storm definitely will be out of Brown County before 4 o'clock. And we don't have any confirmations of it touching down at any point.
Jeremy, I did want to mention that I-70, let me double check, eastbound, we put an alert out for this. It's closed due to a semi being turned over, and you can actually bring that up on the Cantrac's website, the Chapman exit on I-70 at exit 286. And see the traffic getting backed up a little bit, and it's fairly windy, so it's hard to see a little bit on that.
Okay, 286. I'll bring it up here in a moment. Bring it on around here. There's the warm front up here that's formed of our tornado warnings we've had today. We're going to have storms coming up from the south. Doug just mentioned there's a semi turned over at exit 286. It's right there. At least it looks like they're pulling that one back on now. So that's I-70 looking east, exit 286, and that's an area mentioned earlier. Doug first mentioned this, that we had wind damage around Junction City, and I thought there are no storms there. We haven't had a severe storm there. There's been no severe storm near Chapman either, but this is from that wake low wind we were talking about. It forms right on the edge of the rain. They're really weird. Basically, it's a super low pressure area that forms right behind where the air is subsiding behind the storms, and the difference between that little wake low and the sinking air behind the storm, it makes it just magnify the wind sometimes. And right there in an area there wasn't even a severe storm warning or a tornado warning, nothing like that. We had wind damage. We had winds gusting, I'd say at least 50 miles per hour, if not stronger than that, in Manhattan earlier. And there was never a severe storm warning.
US 50 has blocked both directions at Lyon County Road C for an injury crash in the wet conditions.
Tell me that again.
US 50 blocked in both directions at Lyon County Road C for an injury crash.
Okay. All right, thank you, Doug.
And then it looks like they're going to cancel the tornado warning in Brown County.
Okay, so does the severe storm warning for Osage and Lyon expires at 3:45, and this is they're letting it go, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we'll stay with this.
That may put us at no warnings.
That puts us at no warnings. Yes, it does. All right, so we'll look at the stuff that's going on here. I'm going to look at the tower camera from Emporia. I want to see if I can actually see that problem on 50 where we have the road is closed there. I want to see if I can see that. And then I'm going to show you the stuff going on down in the south. And then we will go back to regular programming on TV. So bridge and mass control, if you hear me there, I'm going to go back to regular programming on TV. And we'll continue with a live stream on Facebook, YouTube, WIBW.com. We'll keep doing that. But we will break off from eating up WIBW TV time here since we don't have any warnings at all to show. So let's look at that camera there. This is from Emporia. That's on the west side of town. That's the folks from Valiant Fiber provide that camera to us. And I'm going to turn it so I can see to the west. Where did you say it was again? It's a Highway 50, right?
Hang on one second. It's US 50 at Lyon County Road C.
Yeah, I can't see that far, but just so you know, they've got to. It's closed there due to an injury accident. Is what they're saying. So that's the view right now in Lyon County from Emporia. Quick look there at the view from Manhattan, and the street lights are still really waving in the wind from that wake low, probably still causing some of the problems there. So we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings in northeast Kansas right now. That's the first time I could say that for at least 2 hours. I'm not sure how long it's been, but we had tornado warnings all over the place, right there from Clay Center all the way to Hiawatha and up to White Cloud for hours. Let's check out the reports of what we've had today so far. We had several reports of tornadoes touching down across Brown and Nemaha counties. The tornado warning, or the tornado touchdown emergency management from Nemaha County told us they saw the tornado touching down northeast of Corning and just north of Goff. So we had tornado confirmed touching down there, and then the storm moved over. A different storm actually produced a tornado up here. This one near Hiawatha, near Robinson, tornado touching down about 9 miles north of Robinson as well. And then we're getting reports now of some of this wind damage to the west from where the wake low occurred. And it's definitely a weird thing because we never had a severe thunderstorm warning or even a thunderstorm really go over Manhattan or Ogden or Junction City. But let's check out what the data says over here. So there's some wind damage in Manhattan right there. That's going to be, what do we have? A wind gust of 63 miles per hour, considered a non-thunderstorm wind gust. Over the Fort Riley area, what do we have there? That one's a 68 mile per hour wind and not a thunderstorm. That's a non-thunderstorm wind gust. So these aren't even in tornado warnings or severe storm warnings. And then right there near Milford, we had a 60 mile per hour wind gust at 2:40 p.m. So that's just kind of the energy that the atmosphere has today and the potential to do some damage. So again, down to the south, I'm going to show you what's going on in the south, and then we're going to go back to programming for a while until we have more of this stuff going on, which we very well could. We've had several tornadoes touching down to the south, including at least one very large one. That's going to be right along the Oklahoma and Kansas state line, and that tornado is now gone from being a large confirmed one to being just a tornado warning. So it's been downgraded at least a little bit here, but a few moments ago it was still considered to be a large destructive tornado that was near the town of Dexter, Kansas and Otter, Kansas. So putting us on a velocity, you can see that very well-defined rotation coming right there past Dexter, Kansas and heading up toward Windsor, and now dissipating somewhat as it gets farther to the north. So hopefully that pattern continues. But this is the second rotation right there. That's a different tornado warning. There's two different ones right there beside each other, I believe. So again, we don't have any tornado warnings in northeast Kansas in the WIBW viewing area right now. I do expect to see more of this stuff going on later this afternoon and evening. Looks like we have a little break here where there's no warnings in northeast
Jeremy,
Kansas.
I did want to mention, if you could take Max 2 real quick, I do want to mention the special weather statement anywhere in the polygon here. This could potentially bring us 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts with this. Of course, it's going to come with some heavy rainfall right now. It is in Burlingame, can then push up into Carbondale, and it's going to get up towards the I-70 corridor, Topeka and Lecompton with the next half hour, 45 minutes. So if you're in the Topeka area, we've had some strong winds at times so far over the last hour or two, but it may end up getting a lot stronger here within the next 15-20 minutes or so, potentially getting just under severe weather warning criteria and getting in the 50 to 55 mile per hour range. So that'll be something that we're monitoring as well, with some strong winds, even though there's no issues with any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings with that. That's also something that we're monitoring too.
All right, thank you, Doug. Go ahead and take Max 1 back, guys, if you will. Go back through this, and then we'll go back to programming. All right, so the temperatures are still 77 Lawrence, 76 in Topeka. There's still plenty of warmth out there. The sun doesn't go down until 8 o'clock, so there's still plenty of time for the atmosphere to continue to stay warm, humid, and unstable. So we're seeing as these storms coming up from Osage County toward Topeka, we'll likely see winds gusting 50 miles per hour close to it. As a matter of fact, you see right there in Manhattan, the airport in Manhattan, that's a 63 mile per hour wind gust just reported. So it's still very windy there around Manhattan at this point. So in Manhattan, you're still getting those strong winds, even though you're not seeing really thunderstorms. And you can see that from the Flint Hills Discovery Center there with the street lights that are still blowing around in that strong wind. So we're still going to have some wind damage possible around Manhattan, Junction City. If you've got to drive on I-70, keep in mind you'd have a strong crosswind there. So if you don't have to be there, just stay off the roads right now if you could. But if you're going to be out and about, just make sure you're paying attention to whether you have some way to get warnings, because later today we'll probably have more of the stuff going on. Again, we're seeing storm coming toward Topeka. It's not considered severe at this time. We're going to continue our live stream on WIBW.com, but we're going to let go of WIBW TV. So Bridge, I want you guys to go ahead and put us back on regular programming on WIBW TV. We'll continue with the bug and crawl there, and we'll break in with the updates frequently. And if we have another tornado warning or something particularly nasty, we'll come on for a long period of time, let you know what's up. So stay with WIBW TV. The WIBW channels will be live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and WIBW.com all day long. For now, let's go back to TV, and we'll keep you safe and informed. radar, and I know that's destroyed something. That is amazing. So that's the kind of stuff we're watching. And that storm, if it continues, moving kind of north-northeast, you're talking about Burlington having to be concerned about that. And let's see how far it's got to go. It's got about 50 miles for that road, maybe 60 miles to get to southwest part of Coffee County. Let's check out how fast that feature is moving. Goodness gracious. Okay, so back to distance here. Clear that, and we'll go back an hour in time. See how far it's gone. It's gone about 40 miles an hour. So we're looking at about an hour for it to be right about there, which would put it.
Still showing its radar indicated. It's very weird. You'd think that that would be
Ahead of a touchdown somewhere.
touchdown, yeah.
It was. It might have been a different one that was confirmed earlier with down there, but that's a very nasty.
Moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour.
Update from emergency management about the tornado watch. I'm not sure if it's updated stuff or not. But all right, so we're watching right now. The most dangerous thing that we see right now is this storm coming from the southwest, from almost the Oklahoma state line, moving northeast. So areas like Burlington, Ottawa, areas that are not raining yet, would have the highest chance of that causing problems. At this moment, though, there's no danger in northeast Kansas that I see. Not sure if we have any significant weather advisors at this point.
We don't have any. I don't think we have anything currently at the moment, because I think the significant weather advisory that we talked about right before getting off of WIBW TV with the live coverage expires at 4:15.
Okay. All right, so in Topeka, we have thunder showers in the vicinity, but there's nothing of this is dangerous. The stuff we had earlier, the wake low near Manhattan and Junction City, that stuff's not present in this activity. You could have winds gusting 40 or even 50 miles per hour with some of this, but this stuff that's coming through Topeka, Lawrence, Oskaloosa, this is not severe storm material, thankfully. Down to the south, the storms you're seeing close to Emporia, Lyon County, that's a little stronger, but not a severe storm warning at this point. And I don't see any sign of rotation in there at all. A lot of stuff earlier was all spinning. None of that's spinning. Down to the south, this stuff is definitely spinning. That's the tornado warnings that are down along the Oklahoma state line, but moving pretty rapidly to the northeast. And that could affect areas like Coffee County within about an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours. There's a new tornado warning with that. And so Coffee County is really just one county away, county and a half, I guess, away from the edge of that warning. But the rotation of that is maybe 50 miles away from Coffee County now. So you're looking at maybe 90 minutes. And we'll have to see if it rains ahead of that. It could rain enough in Coffee County to shift that storm farther southeast, but if I was in Burlington or Ottawa or even Kansas City, that's a storm you'd have to watch closely. As this cluster down here, as this is very impressive stuff. And that's really in the maximum risk that we saw from the Storm Prediction Center when they were talking about tornado risk. I'll bring up that map again. You can see that stuff that's southeast Kansas into eastern Oklahoma, where those wild storms are. That's really the core of the tornado risk that they had talked about. Now we also have this really widespread hail risk, and the supercast. This is I'm going to go back from this morning, but it shows you through the evening those big storms moving across southeast Kansas through the evening hours. So we have a severe storm watch that was issued a little while ago that includes a big chunk of western Kansas. So that lets us know the instability is still there for dangerous storms. The tornado watch remains in effect in northeast Kansas till 7 p.m., but even to the northwest in areas that the atmosphere is much cooler, still have a severe storm watch going through the evening. And the tornado watches go all the way down to Texas. The severe wind risk is a very large area as well, going all the way from the Great Lakes to the Mexican border in Texas. So we have a very large area that's in the severe wind risk, including all of northeast Kansas. So again, what we're watching right now is the storms that are to the south, right along the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, and actually moving quickly northeast, and could affect areas like Burlington and Ottawa. I don't know that they'll get to Emporia. That's possible, but
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the shift in the severe storm risk east of Highway 75 and really staying down in southeastern Kansas.
at least the tornado stuff. They mentioned earlier from the SPC, they mentioned that even storms later in the day that could not become surface-based would still perform, have a very large hail risk and damaging winds. So, but yeah, the risk of seeing tornadoes definitely looks like it's farthest south and east now, but you know, certainly not going to stop paying attention to these. So the tornado warnings we had earlier, we did have several confirmed tornadoes touch down. Here's the map. We had a couple touch down northeast of Corning and Goff, and then we had a couple of touchdowns reported north of Robinson in Brown County, and then over close to White Cloud, just north of Highland. And we had wind damage reports and strong winds reported over around Manhattan. This was called a wake low is what caused this stuff, and a wake low is not in a severe thunderstorm. It's actually just very close to the storm. Now, if I take this radar back 3 hours, what you'll see there, and I'll put the storm reports on to come on with the data, so you'll see when they come on. And those wind reports are happening right at the edge of the rain, and it just looks like light to moderate rain when they're happening. So the wake low actually happens right on the back side of thunderstorms. They're really weird, but they can create, I mean, I've seen wake low winds that are 70, 80 miles per hour. And today, the peak I saw was 68 with one of those. So the storms today, you see they pop on with the radar data. There's one go through near Corning there, and then just north of Goff, and then over near Hiawatha, and north of Robinson. Was that the same storm that produced all the tornadoes confirmation? Yeah, the same storm produced all the actual tornado reports. And the second storm, the third storm actually to go through Hiawatha, you can see this third storm as it goes past Seneca here at 325. It begins to lose its fizzle as it gets into Brown County, and then it went away and just became moderate rain in southeast Nebraska. So again, we're the trend right now is good, but we still could see things ramping up. All right. We're streaming. Fine.
Okay.
That's fine. All right, so we're watching tornado warnings right now in southeast Kansas. This stuff we have to watch to see if it makes it to areas like Burlington. So if you're around Coffee County, Burlington, Gridley, Leroy, even southeast Lyon County, I don't think that Emporia is going to have to deal with this. I can't say that you won't, but most likely it would stay a little farther to the east than Emporia. But Burlington, Ottawa, we're going to have to watch you guys closely here in about an hour and a half to see if these rotating storms from the south get up there. And this one has been rotating for a long time. It's getting through Greenfield and Moline right now. We've seen confirmed tornadoes down there today. Right now there are 3 different tornado warnings, and they are all Doppler radar indicated at this point. And then around Emporia, You've seen several rounds of heavy rain move through. There's another one happening right now. I'm going to check out the rainfall and see if we have any flash flooding concerns there at this point. And it looks like about an inch of rain maybe has fallen, but certainly training is a possibility, so we could see maybe Emporia get as much as 3 or 4 inches of rain today. That's a real possibility. Checking the 24-hour rainfall here, how much we had in the last 24 hours. And those areas to the north, there's a flash flood warning across the state line in Nebraska. And areas like Seneca to Goff have obviously seen a lot of rain, but not enough for a flash flood warning at this point. But we will see more rain moving in. And again, we're kind of watching the stuff to the south as it will certainly move in our direction. Just glance at K-Witch's site and see if they're streaming that stuff down to the south. Does their DMA go that far over? It certainly goes one county south of Sedgwick or southeast.
I'm not sure.
So K-Witch in Wichita is our sister station. We work together in a lot of things, obviously. So just checking to see if they have a live stream on their website, if I can see what they've got going on with that. And now farther to the south, we have a couple of warnings in Texas. This, oh my gosh, look at that thing. Considerable and observed. And looks like K-Witch does have a live stream on their page. They're covering the stuff down there to the south. All right, so this storm, wow, that's nasty. Near Seymour, Texas. See how close my radar is to that one that I've got running. So that radar is close enough to pick it up. The distance on it, that's a very bad storm. We're 47 miles away from that rotation. And if we loop that again, you know, some of the rotations are hard to pick out, others are absolutely not. This is a extremely strong storm right there. It looks like you quite possibly tell it's multi-vortex from just looking at the velocity radar on it. That's an absolutely terrible storm. We'll see how the debris looks. That's in Texas again. That's not in Kansas or even close to us. It's part of the same system. And I'll see what the actual warning says in this. Again, this is going on in Texas right now. This says extremely large and extremely dangerous tornado, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, 5 miles northeast of Red Springs, moving northeast 35. This particularly dangerous situation, take to cover now. So the National Weather Service does not use words like particularly dangerous situation very often. They use that for the worst situations. Sometimes they'll say that even on tornado watches. Sometimes they'll say it on severe storm watches if it's just the right conditions for extremely strong winds. But if they put that on a tornado warning, then it's certainly a very, very dangerous spot. All right, so there's a tornado warning with one confirmed over in Missouri. Check out the velocity on this and see what we see. That's near New Hampton, Missouri, it looks like. So again, across northeast Kansas, we are not involved in any severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. No tornado warnings. We are watching this stuff in southeast Kansas that is moving north. And I want to see the track of that, which direction it's actually kind of gone. So I have velocity on this, and I'm just going to line out the path where that rotation has actually traveled. So from that point right now, it's like there. It's kind of like a bowling ball. It's gone from now it's more northeast. Okay. So if it continues on the trajectory it's on, then it probably would stay south of Burlington even, but not by a lot. So we need to watch Burlington and Coffee County very closely to see if it comes your direction. A lot of these spots on reflectivity here are going straight north. So in Emporia, I wouldn't be as concerned about the tornado getting there, but certainly some large hail could. And then folks over in Burlington and Lawrence even, I'd be concerned about you guys with a tornado risk here in about an hour and a half maybe for Burlington. And Kansas City maybe in two hours, maybe 2.5 hours. It could be there. But right now, again, we're seeing a fairly widespread area of rain, and the rain can cool the atmosphere and makes things a little more stable. There's still a very powerful jet stream coming in aloft that could aggravate this stuff. But at this point, there's nothing particularly dangerous northeast Kansas. I'm saying that and then continuing to watch around closely to make sure I don't see another wake low developing or that kind of thing. That's showing really strong winds on the edge of the rain there. See those bright pinks?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm half wondering if that's another wake low or the same kind of thing. Like St. Mary's 64, there's 70. Let me check out the I-70 cameras and see if it's particularly windy along there. That's Alma I'm looking at. It's pretty windy at Deep Creek Road. I think it's probably still wake low stuff. Yeah. There's an 81 showing up over here now. All right. Hey, Bridge. Bridge, can you hear me? Let's go ahead and put me back on again. Has the Weather Service mentioned a wake low again?
No, I haven't.
Okay, hang on. Don't put me on just yet. I'm confident that's what we're looking at. It's just pretty obvious. All right, so hang on. Give me like 10 seconds here. Put me on when you can. What are we in right now? Is it golf? What time is it right now? Is there a break coming up or something? Go ahead and put me on. Just put me on now. All right, we don't have any tornado warnings to pass along or even severe storm warnings right now, but we're seeing very strong winds developing again close to I-70. And it looks like it's one of these wake low situations. So I'm going to show you on the radar what's going on. There's the live view at the Alma exit on I-70. And we're still seeing a wind report there in Manhattan of about 47 miles per hour. Let's check out the radar. What you're going to find is right on the very north side of a lot of these rain showers. Just moderate rain is what's happening. So we'll zoom in on this more closely. And what you're going to see here is some of these strong winds showing up on the radar, kind of just on the right, on the edge of some of this. I'm going to stop the video here, the play. And what you'll see here is close to Wamego, St. Mary's, Emmett. You know, again, it's not heavy rain falling. It's not a tornado signature. It's nothing like that. But what you're seeing is an area there where there's very strong winds that are going to be right through here, close to Wamego, close to St. Mary's. And we could see it a moment ago on the I-70 Deep Creek Road exit. until the camera kind of gave up, because sometimes just it gets beat up enough they'll just stop. So I want to check out the camera really quick from WIBW and see if we can pick it up there. But there's winds along here that could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. Check out what's going on there when we go from the edge of this, and you can see the flag really being blown around there and the wind here on this. But please don't be surprised to see strong winds along that area, just right on the edge of the rain, which is a little unusual. It's called a wake low, is what we had earlier. We had wind damage from Manhattan to Junction City out of this, and right now I really think it's beat up one of the cameras there on I-70. Again, let's put the velocity on. You'll see this area of bright pink showing up on the radar suddenly developing there, and I'm almost positive that's what you're looking at is going to be areas of very strong winds that aren't necessarily related to a thunderstorm, but certainly can still cause damage. So if you're in that area from St. Mary's to I-70 near Newberry, kind of near Paxico and Alma, you're going to see strong winds in those areas. It is not tornado stuff, but it is the kind of thing that can still do some damage. So you can see winds 60, even 70 miles per hour possible in those areas. Again, so something we're continuing to monitor, but just right on the edge of the rain, right on the north edge of the rain is where we're seeing some of these strong winds. So just south of Wamego, close to St. Mary's, just to the north of I-70 there is where we can see these strong winds. So again, it's not a severe storm warning, it's not a tornado warning, but it's something we're watching, and if you're having some strong winds there, let us know, email or Facebook, and we'd love to hear what you've got. Down the south, what we are watching right now, the biggest worry we have for something tornadic is this right here. That's a confirmed tornado, and it's actually a large tornado from what we've seen at times on the radar. So that storm is about an hour away from being in the south part of Coffee County, or maybe even Lyon County. So if you're in Emporia or Burlington, you need to be watching us. We are tracking that storm right here with confirmed tornado that's about 45 miles from the southwest corner of Coffee County, and Lyon County. It's not out of the question to bother you. It might get to Lawrence or even the KC Metro, but that's a particularly dangerous storm that's likely going to make it to Coffee County unless it shifts a little farther to the east. We're continuously live streaming right now on Facebook and on WIBW.com and YouTube, our YouTube channel as well. Again, we're tracking that tornado that's heading toward Burlington. It's going to be more than an hour before it gets there, but it is a risk that it could make it to Burlington. And they're also tracking this really weird wake low situation with strong winds from close to Alma up to the St. Mary's area. Keep your TV right here on WIBW TV with golf. We'll break in when when we have more data to pass along. If we have a tornado warning, we'll stay on continuously. And of course, we're live streaming WIBW.com, Facebook, and YouTube. See you there. Stay with us. Keep you safe and informed. look like they're probably going to cause some damage there from St. Mary's down to I-70. There's not a warning with that at this point. It's certainly not a tornado warning, but it's enough to break and let people know what's going on, because if you're around St. Mary's, you see the winds gusting that strong, you're going to want to know why is this going on? Why is it that windy out here? And if you've heard tornado watch and tornado warnings all day, certainly I would be worried if I didn't have somebody tell me what was up. So that's what it is. There's an area of very strong winds that form sometimes in the very edge of these rain showers, especially when you have particularly strong storms, and it's called a wake low. It would take a long time to explain it, and again, it's just a super confusing thing to even try. What I tried to show on TV a few minutes ago, and I'll show you right now, because it actually came back to where I can show it, is the Deep Creek Road exit. So I'm going to have to pan this over a little bit and show you where this camera is. The camera was taking an absolute beating, and then when I got the camera to come on TV, it was dead. So this is the one. Why is that not coming up? Let's try this one, see if it'll come up. No, okay. I'm going to get it up here. We'll show it to you. So the camera at Deep Creek Road was just shaking in the wind. It looked like a hurricane was beating on it. And then when I tried to show it on TV, it went black. So I can show you now what I've got. That's the KDOT camera is now pointing straight down at the ground. So it either resets, and when it resets, it points down, or it's been knocked into a position where it's down. But you can see this thing is shaking in the breeze there on I-70 at the Deep Creek Road exit on I-70. Looking over at the Alma exit on I-70, these trees are not taking a beating right now. This is rain. It's windy. You can see the wind shaking some of the trees there a little bit, but that's not exceptionally strong or extreme wind by any means. When we get to the Auburn Road exit, there's not really a problem going on there either. So, but that exit right there at Deep Creek Road looks like where the winds were really being represented there on the camera versus what I was seeing on radar. So as we check out the radar again, I'm seeing strong straight line winds. They're called non-thunderstorm winds because they're just technically barely out of the storm, but just on the edge of where the rain ends, you can see these bright pinks showing up there, and those are almost surely strong winds that are getting down to the surface. So just south of Wamego right there, we got an 81 showing up. Once you get to Deep Creek Road, that exits over like in here, so that's why I could actually see that on that camera, whereas it kind of tapers up to the north there towards St. Mary's. So I'm going to check out some other cameras here and see if it shows up. So cams right here, and I'm going to see if I can pick it up from the Rossville camera or maybe Wamego. I don't think Wamego looked fine just a few minutes ago when I looked in. That's from WTC Wamego Telecom there, and it is windy, but it doesn't look like extreme wind. We'll check out the view there from 78th and Davis Road. That's our Capital Federal Sky Cam in the northwest part of Shawnee County, and I can't see that wild wind there either. And then from Menninger Hill in Topeka, looking south along Wanamaker, again not a problem, but really the axis here from St. Mary's right down to I-70, not quite at the Manhattan exit, but just to the east of there. And Deep Creek Road seems like it's always windy there, but today I think that wind's even a bit stronger. And it's just right there along the right, just to the south of Alma, and just south of Wamego, north of Alma. If you're in that area, let me know what you're seeing. If you're seeing strong winds, I'd be super curious to know how strong the wind is in that area, because the radar there, what you can see there is here's the radar, and what happens with the radar beams when you get farther out with distance, this is just, the Earth is a circle, or a sphere, all right? So the farther you get out from the radar, the beam doesn't bend as you go over in distance. The radar beam makes it, past the Nebraska state line. It's just that once you get up that far, because it's going in a straight line, it's high above the ground. It's 12,000 feet once you get to areas like Rulo. So this is not very far from the radar beam. So if it's showing me those values that are that high, 80 miles per hour, you're only 500-600 feet above the ground. So that's pretty close. So the idea that wouldn't be translating to the ground from that close to the radar, looks to me like it most likely, be reaching the ground and causing at least some damage in that area. And again, that Deep Creek Road camera from KDOT, I could see it right before it got knocked down, not ripped off or whatever, I mean, just pointing straight down because I think it was resetting. What's that? Oh, that's a new camera at Junction City. There we go. Apparently Junction City has a new KDOT camera I didn't know about. That's good to see. I'll try to get back to this Deep Creek Road one, see if it's reset and is actually pointing up now or if it's still pointing at the ground. There we go. All right, it's back again. So are they canceling watch counties or what is that?
They are adding Anderson and Franklin.
To the tornado watch?
Yes, because of southeastern Kansas tornado activity.
Okay. So there's Deep Creek Road now. The camera must have reset, pointing straight down at the ground, unless they're pointing at the ground. I don't know. I haven't spoken to the KDOT like why they would point it down in extreme winds necessarily, but I think it probably resets. That's what some of ours do when they reset. We've got a big rig here that's pulled off the side of the road because he's had enough of the wind. But you can see this isn't on a weak structure. You've probably seen these poles along the side of the road, that have these cameras. And if you drive by this I-70, you can see it. It's a white sturdy pole that's got a white ball on the top of it, and just obviously camera inside the thing. Actually, these are more shaped, more like a box, but you can see these, and these are not weak structures. So if it's shaking it like that, then the wind is certainly strong. Now there's the Alma exit from I-70. You can see it's a little windy. The trees down here are certainly swinging around in the wind. These aren't being blasted over here by something that's extraordinarily strong, but the radar is kind of representing that this exit would not be dealing with the extremely strong winds anyway. So back over to the radar here where I was checking out the velocity, and you could see right there, we'll go back to where the Alma exit is here on I-70 right about here, and with the velocity on, and what you'll see is that the nasty winds are really just north of that, but just south of Wamego, so really in between the two cameras that we'd have a look at. The camera from Wamego Telecom wasn't showing something extreme there. The camera that's over exit 313 wasn't extreme. The winds at Deep Creek Road exit were very strong and looked like they at least reset the camera. Has Weather Service said anything about that stuff going on, Doug?
They haven't, no.
Okay. And I do have other cameras around there. I'm watching our WIBW transmission tower camera as well to see if the winds get exceptionally strong there. The Alma camera may start to get strong winds if this feature continues to migrate. But the thing about these wake lows is, they don't just kind of travel like other severe storm winds. They really do really weird things. It's hard to track them. You just find them when they're happening, and you let people know where it is. But the area of bright orange here, right along Highway 24, along the Wabaunsee and Pottawatomie County line, that's almost surely an area of strong winds that are causing at least some damage. But it's not a tornado. So if you're in that area, it's not a tornado. You may be dealing with winds that are 80 miles per hour and not, the rain's not reaching the ground. One of the first experiences I had with a wake low was here at the TV station. This is back when Drew Schweitzer was here. And we had a report that 80 mile per hour winds reported near Auburn. The Auburn exit on I-70 is where they reported this. So I went out the west door, or I went out the east door of the TV station. I want to get video of the wind. Okay, so I thought the wind would be coming from the west, but it was not. The wake low winds were coming from east to west. Wake lows are weird. So if you're in one of these, you're probably going to notice that the wind is actually going away from the storm. They are really weird. But yeah, I stepped out the east door of the building, pushed the door open, and the wind blasted the door back in my face. I mean, I thought that the wind would be coming from the west with, like storms usually do. It wasn't. It was coming from the other direction. So wake lows, what you'll see here is the wind is going like that. it's going down and away from the storm. It's really, like I said, it's really weird, but these can cause damage. And in this case, you know, earlier we had some damage reported from these around Junction City and Manhattan. And right now, it looks to me like that edge of this rain is still causing strong winds, at least in a few spots. So what we're worried about right now for the tornado threat, and Doug mentioned just a moment ago, the National Weather Service added Donovan and Atchison County to the tornado watch. I heard beeping. I thought they might be dropping some counties up to the north from the tornado watch. They were adding some on the east side.
No, it was Franklin and
Franklin Anderson?
Franklin and Anderson.
Thank you. So what the Weather Service did was they added Franklin Anderson. You're over here, Ottawa, down to Anderson County here, and this is a severe storm warning with a confirmed tornado, or tornado warning with a confirmed tornado. And we are not that far from the Burlington County line. Isaac, if you can hear me, would you come in here and talk to me for a moment? Isaac, if you can hear me.
I can get him if not.
I want him to send out a push notification that,
He's coming.
how far are we away here? Distance.
Let's see.
Isaac, we're going to most likely have a tornado warning in Burlington, in Coffee County. That's in our DMA, in about 45 minutes. So if you send out a push that says, we are monitoring a tornado moving toward this, I don't want to scare anybody with this, but we're monitoring a tornado that could reach the south edge of the WIBW viewing area in the next hour. Or say something like we're tracking a tornado that could reach Lyon Coffee County before 6 p.m. I just want people to know in that area that we're watching them and that they can see this and we're still doing it, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so for folks watching us here, you see what I'm trying to do there? I'm trying to give these folks a heads up. We'll keep watching it. You know, the track on this right now looks like it's very much going toward Coffee County and Burlington. It looked, a few minutes ago like it might go east-southeast of there. Now, the farther we get in the event, it's getting closer. So I'm not going to break in on live TV an hour before that storm gets into Coffee County, but I can get the word out and let people know, hey, we've had long track tornadoes today in several spots already. This is not going to stop spinning before it gets into Coffee County. So let's give them a heads up. Lyon County, there's certainly a possibility this could be pulled back and go that direction. The jet stream winds are actually going more straight north in this area, so it's not impossible for that storm to go more straight north. I want to make sure we give people a heads up that we are watching that thing. And this was a very powerful tornado earlier near Dexter, Kansas, which I've heard of almost every town in Kansas now. I didn't realize there was a Dexter, Kansas. Maybe I saw it before and didn't remember it. I have family in Dexter, Missouri. One of the kids in my son's class, his name is Dexter, but I didn't know it was Dexter, Kansas. But there you see it. Now, if you've watched me cover tornadoes at times, you've almost surely seen me show the Doppler, the velocity mode, and tell you that the greens are going toward the radar and the red is away. And sometimes it's hard to pick out the rotation. Sometimes it's hard. This time it's not. You could pick out the rotation on this most likely. Most people could see that. That's not a hard one to pick out. That is a very obvious sign of rotation here on the radar. And it is moving very obviously toward Burlington, Gridley, Leroy. You're in the path of this.
They canceled a bunch of counties in the tornado watch if you want to bring the watch up so you can get an update on who's in the clear.
Okay. Coffee County was not canceled.
No.
I'm going to bet on that.
No.
Okay. There we go. All right, so what we've had here is the rain from earlier stabilized a lot of this area. So Marysville is not in tornado watch right now. You could be in a tornado watch later. I'm not taking anything off the table here. Nemaha, Brown, Jackson, Wabaunsee. So people in Wabaunsee County that are close to that strong wind where the wake low is right now are probably wondering, why is the tornado watch being canceled right now? It's so windy outside. It's being canceled because the chance of a tornado there within the next couple of hours is very, very low, maybe even zero. So the reason these counties, including Emporia, including Osage City, including Topeka, and Burlington, the reason we are, I say we because I'm in the path with you. if that tornado to the south goes north, straight north, we're talking about it being in Lyon County, Osage, even Shawnee. They're confident enough that it won't make it to Holton or Hiawatha that they dropped Brown and Jackson counties from the tornado warning. But they're watching that particular tornado and keeping these counties in. That's why they're keeping these counties in this, is because of that tornado warning that's in place. So we have to watch that one closely. Now, Supercast, this is the HRRR model, takes those storms more east-northeast. The storm we're watching on radar, though.
Now we got high wind warning for Pottawatomie, Riley, and Wabunsee County.
Okay. What kind of wind do they say?
Hang on 1 second. I don't know why it's not coming up on.
So we were talking about the wake low. Now they're issuing a high wind warning.
All right,
Right,
so
you knew before.
That actually goes until 7 for variable winds of 60 to 80 miles per hour.
60 to 80 miles per hour is what they're saying. Okay. Is there a map on that?
I'm going to try and make one here and then put it on the web and social and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. That's ridiculous. Okay. Put me back on TV, guys, please. Yeah. Thank you.
And FYI, I may have you go to Max 2 once I get this graphic made, so it's easy to see, and then go back to
You
Max
hear Doug
1.
on that? Okay.
Yeah, not until I'm ready. Don't go to Max 2.
I'll talk and you just say you're ready. When Doug says he's ready, we'll go over there.
But it's pretty much all the counties anyway. Riley, Pottawatomie, Wabunsee.
And confirm this. I was showing you what looked like a wake low producing very powerful winds near St. Mary's and over toward the Deep Creek Road on I-70. Now we have a high wind warning from the Weather Service. They're saying 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are expected in that area. So we're talking about parts of Pottawatomie, Wabunsee, and even Riley County where we've had semis blown over on I-70. And this is not an area of thunderstorms. This is right on the edge of the thunderstorms. On the radar I was showing you a little while ago, and it's still ongoing, is we're seeing these strong winds right here. The areas of bright orange and bright pink, kind of in the same spots. So St. Mary's almost surely getting strong winds right now. Just south of Wamego. I didn't see it causing problems in Wamego, but it certainly could at any point if it's not already. But 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are possible in these areas. Doug has a map. Doug, go ahead and tell us what you have.
Yeah, it's if you want to go to the second source here, I'm at the same time trying to push it out to social media. Getting reports from emergency management on the backside of the showers with winds 60 to 70 mile per hour in southern Riley and Pottawatomie counties. Semis being blown over on I-70, and so that's the reason why they're issuing this high wind warning, and that goes until 7 p.m.
Thank you, Doug. So again, the winds are 60 to 80 miles per hour being reported there, and I'm going to try to bring you back over to this Deep Creek Road camera here. And a little while ago, when I tried to show it on TV, it crashed. The camera there on I-70 absolutely stopped working. Right now, the winds gusting at the airport there in Manhattan being reported 39 miles per hour, but there you can see the camera there on I-70 at Deep Creek Road really shaking in the wind right now. So that's part of it. Alma, this is at the Alma exit on I-70, and the wind's not quite as strong in that location, but certainly you know, we are seeing a strong wind. But 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are possible with this, and it's mainly in the areas just north of I-70 between St. Mary's and that Deep Creek Road exit on I-70. So one more time, I'll show you this. We'll go back to programming. We are continuously streaming live on WIBW.com, as well as on Facebook and our YouTube channel as well. But the area we're seeing the strong winds, The worst of it now looks like it's close to Wamego and close to Emmett at this time. Let's see if I can see a camera on that. That bright area of orange is where the worst of this wind is likely going to be. So check out the Wamego telecom camera there and see if we can pick out anything from this. But again, we've had some semis blowing over there on I-70. Looking at Wamego, this is not severe weather going on right there. They're just fine. But to just south of Wamego, certainly around St. Mary's, probably Emmett, it looks like the winds have been as high as 60 to 80. There's our camera at 77th and 78th and Davis Road in Shawnee County. Now we've got strong winds. You can see the wires there on our tower cameras. They are being blown around by the strong winds. From Menninger Hill, you can see heavy rain, but not the powerful winds. The powerful winds right now going from the St. Mary's area, just north of Alma, just south of Wamego. And again, Doug just shared that graphic of the high wind warning with 60 to 80 mile per hour winds possible. And that warning goes for a couple of hours. The threat probably won't last that long, but something to keep in mind. Also, here's the big thing we're watching right now, is to the south. This is a confirmed tornado that's about 35 miles southwest of the Coffee County line. That's being projected as going northward. We could be dealing with a tornado warning or even a tornado in Burlington, Gridley, Leroy, maybe even Emporia or Olpe within the next 90 minutes or so. You're going to want to stay with us if you're in those areas. We're live streaming this as well to talk about it for quite a while, continuously. But that storm is moving north-northeast, could affect Lyon County or even Coffee County. And the National Weather Service dropped a bunch of counties off the tornado watch, but they kept these counties. They kept those counties. They also kept Shawnee County in this right there because of that confirmed tornado that's moving northeast and could affect folks around Topeka, Lawrence, Kansas City. Certainly Burlington and Emporia should be watching this close. Stay with us here on the WIBW channels. We'll keep you safe and informed here. We'll break in when we can, when we need to. And of course, we're live streaming continuously on WIBW.com, Facebook, and YouTube. Greenwood, yeah. The tornado warning for Greenwood County is what that siren is. I should have known that.
My mic on. Okay, Greenwood, yeah, so that expires at 5:45.
Okay.
So by that time, that could have the potential to move into Coffee County around that time.
Yes.
At least a warning being issued, and then probably not actually be in the county until closer to 6 or 6:15.
Okay.
Yeah, Weather Service was talking about that warning down there and said to arrive in southern Coffee County around 6:15 is what they said.
6:15, okay. They mentioned well, okay. Trying to ask for something too specific when I know that the answer is they don't know for sure. But sometimes I ask unfair questions too. All right, so here we go. This is the tornado we're tracking right now, is right here, and that is an observed tornado, so it's been confirmed. And the warning here is for Greenwood, Woodson, and Wilson counties. So that is the county south of Lyon. That is the county south of Coffee. Now, the WIBW viewing area, you know, for some folks it's debatable where it is, you know, because if you get our signal, then you know that you're our viewing area. So I understand that. The Nielsen DMA, those people give us ratings and all that, they tell us our DMA goes to the bottom of Coffee County and the bottom of Lyon County. So I'm not going to cut in for a tornado that's in the southeast part of Greenwood County. We'll cut in TV if it started to get deeper, you know, obviously coming across the state line soon. The only way I would cut in for this, if it was, you know, considered to be if this is a tornado emergency, if it was obviously a large confirmed tornado, then I probably would do it already for this. For example, I cut in on TV back in 2016 for the tornado that passed just south of Chapman. So you may remember that one. It was an F4, and if it actually hit the town, I bet anything it'd be a 5. So that tornado was going through Dickinson County at the time, one county west of our Junction City and Council Grove. So I cut in for that one. This one's a little even farther south than that would have been west of our official coverage area. So this tornado warning, we're going to have to watch this, and once it gets a little closer to Coffee County, then we'll go on TV with it nonstop. For now, we're going to stay with it just on the live stream on WIBW.com, on Facebook, and on YouTube. And this is the area that the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, had the 15% risk of tornadoes today, and the hash marks for the F2 to F5 possible. That's this area. The map, that big scary map I showed you with the big red blob, it ended at the edge of Lyon County and the edge of Coffee County. That's how far up the orange scary blob with the black hash marks on it went. So there you go. There's your well-defined rotation on the radar, moving to the northeast. Looks like maybe just north of northeast. Now, the last couple of frames there, it looks like it almost goes straight north. And that's what will happen. These are similar to the hurricane wobbles you've heard of, where they kind of, they don't go in a true direction all the time. They'll kind of meander back and forth. But right now, Coffee County, even Lyon County, we have to watch you guys super close with that storm, with a confirmed tornado that is obvious on radar. Not hard to pick that one out. And the warning on it goes more northeast, but certainly Coffee County, within the next 45 minutes or an hour, you could be in a warning here. So that's what we have there. All right, we're still watching that wake low stuff, which I know is weird. And I want to see if my camera there in northwest Shawnee County is picking it up now. It was. And I can't say the winds were 60 to 80 miles per hour at our tower camera, but certainly it was strong. So we'll zoom in here closer, and the wake low, this really strong wind, again, it's 60 to 80 miles per hour. It's non-thunderstorm winds, which I know sounds strange, but they're right on the edge of these. We have the velocity here, and what you'll see is this area of this bright orange or bright pink. This is the worst of it, and it's not as pronounced as it was. It looks like it's really kind of over the Emmett area right now, and maybe getting up into Jackson County. Could be as far as Emmett. So that's the area that's in this wake low, and I don't see my tower camera that's in northwest part of Shawnee County is no longer taking a beating. But let's go ahead and check out what it looks like from the other cameras if we can here. So you see it was all pink and orange there, and now it's not. There are the wind gusts at the official reporting stations. Topeka gusting southwest at 30. That's not extreme by any means. There's the tower camera in the northwest part of Shawnee County. But now I'm going to check out the KDOT cameras and see how it looks. There's, you can see these big rigs are going really slow there. That's at Deep Creek Road exit. And I know we had big rigs getting blown over on I-70. That's probably traffic that's due to that happening. But you can see there on the right side, these cars here are lined up in one lane and going super slow. And I can't tell. I'll look at a bigger monitor and see if maybe I can eyeball that, if I can actually see something blown over there.
Last I heard, it was cleaned up, that it was back to normal, but
all the cars are in one lane there on the right side.
Might be another incident.
Probably. And having to slam the brakes there, right there by that exit, because they're coming up on cars that are stopped. So again, that's the I-70 Deep Creek Road exit. Now the camera's not shaking in the wind like it was, but you can see the traffic coming over into one lane and coming, they're really slamming the brakes there as they get up to whatever it is they see ahead of them. And I think I see flashing lights right about there, if you see the cursor here on the screen. But I can't tell, what that is. I can't zoom that camera and anything. There's the I-70 at Alma exit, and at Auburn it's just fine. And there's Fairlawn at Topeka. I did notice a little while ago, for those of you that watch me a lot, know that I'm always excited about weather cameras and traffic cameras and anything I can get with my eyes on cameras. That's a new camera right here from KDOT. I-70 US 77. It's on a tower looking northeast right now on I-70, so I'm excited to see that one on there. I'm always excited to get new eyeballs on the storms. You know, the radar is awesome, but the more I can really see video of what's going on, I can give you an even better idea of how severe things are. If it's not, sometimes the storm is not a big deal. So we want to be able to tell you that as well. We can tell you just to, you know, take shelter or everything's fine. You know, those messages are both just as important. So there is the camera from the WIBW transmission tower near Maple Hill, and you can see the raindrops are being kind of blown across it. That's not as strong as what the wake low looked like it was earlier, but certainly it's getting some strong wind. But the worst stuff we're watching is definitely down there from Greenwood and Woodson County, and there's a tornado warning with that. So I'm check the wake low winds one more time, then I'll go back to the tornado stuff here. Now, most of northeast Kansas is not in the tornado watch anymore. Shawnee County is, Douglas County is, Lyon, Osage, Coffee, especially Coffee, is the concern right now. We'll check out the velocity here on this. And again, those strongest winds still look like they're close to St. Mary's and Emmett, but the National Weather Service issued a high wind warning for 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. And the feature was this right here, that streak of orange and pink. That's where we had 60 to 80 mile per hour winds and blew over some semis on I-70. And I have no doubt somebody has some damage to shingles and that kind of stuff on the roof from that. 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, and it was really obvious on the radar that it was strong. So if we there's probably almost surely some damage in that area. All right, now let's go and check out the stuff down to the south that's threatening Coffee County. And let's check out the whole picture here as well. So we have tornado warnings right now in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and that's a tornado possible up here in Iowa. And so far, the Weather Service, the risk map where they showed the highest risk and the highest risk for strong tornadoes played out as being accurate. The strongest ones we've seen have been the stuff down here, and we did see a couple of confirmed tornadoes northeast Kansas today. So let's check out the high resolution velocity mode here and zoom in on this potential tornado. It was a confirmed tornado. I'm going to see if it is now. There it is. It's not as strong as it was a few minutes ago. So back onto the reflectivity here. They still have it as a confirmed tornado. And that's for Elk County. And it should be for Greenwood County as well. And Woodson County is in that. But that is this confirmed tornado that we were watching going toward Coffee County. So again, the last couple of frames, it's not as impressive as it was. It may be moving to an area where the temperatures are colder, and if it's colder, that's less instability possibly, and that can be good news. All right, so still tracking this tornado warning. It is Greenwood, Wilson, Woodson counties at this point. So Yates Center is in the path of this thing, Toronto, Kansas, and then ultimately it gets up into Coffee County if it holds together. Now, the last couple of frames of that, last couple of frames didn't look as impressive, but we're also getting farther from the radar that's tracking it. So that's a key point to remember is when they get farther away from the radar, it's not apples to apples necessarily. When you get farther from the radar, you know it's not going to look the same as it did earlier. So there's the radar. That's the Topeka radar that's picking this up at this point. But there are a couple of different radars that pick this storm up. The Wichita radar also gets it. That's what we're seeing now. I can tell because you can see the outer rings here. So the circle to this, that's the outer edge of the radar from Wichita that's picking this up. So it's far from radars. The farther away it is, the less great quality the data is. A few moments ago, I could show you that wake low from the Topeka radar because it was so close. It was just easy to pick out. It was pretty obvious. So the storm is still easily more than 70 miles from the Topeka radar. That's a long distance to look at a rotation. But once it gets closer to Coffee County, we'll have a really good look at it from the velocity here. And we'll have a higher level of confidence. That's a problem for Coffee County when it gets closer to Coffee County, obviously. Maybe the temperatures are cold enough there that to shut this thing down a bit. But as for now, the Weather Service has kept the tornado watch going in those counties for that storm, basically. Looks like it's raining there in Coffee County right now. I can't see. I need to check the temperature there. It's 61 in Emporia? Okay. I thought I had a temperature map on here earlier, but I do not see it. There we go. All right, what is the temperature in Burlington? Let's see what the map tells me here. 61. So the storm is coming. Daniel, the temperature in Burlington is 61 at ahead of this tornado warning. So it probably won't make it to Coffee County.
Wait, one just got issued? Sorry, I was...
Well, we've been watching one that's in Greenwood and
south of us.
down south. So that tornado warning.
Keeping my eye on the mesoanalysis and CAPE, which is convective available potential energy. Anytime it gets above 1,000, that's when we have a pretty good chance of potential tornado.
Yeah.
And right now it's been between 1,000 and 2,000.
In Burlington?
Pretty much along and south of the Turnpike.
Okay. So that storm heading toward Burlington right now has been downgraded to a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, I believe. Because now it's flashing white. So we've got a tornado warning right there. And seeing promising signs of this not being as rough as it makes it farther north. If it rains before the tornado warning gets to an area, and the whole storm itself can rain, obviously. But if it rains before your supercell arrives, it can shut things down a bit. So we're seeing rain around Coffee County and Burlington. The storm will tend to feed off the area where it's got more moisture and energy. So if Burlington is 61 degrees now with rain, it's not raining off to the east toward Kansas City, it will probably start to trail off farther to the east or begin to weaken. That's not a guarantee, obviously. Now, to the south, there's actually another tornado warning, it looks like, that's with a confirmed tornado here. It goes till 5:15. So that's almost over. That one's done with. This is the new one. It's moving out of that one into this one. So it's confirmed tornado warning here, and now it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado. And it's getting closer to the Topeka radar, but it's still a long distance from the Topeka radar, and it's also a long distance from the Wichita radar.
Jeremy, if by chance that we do have a 6, are you doing the weather, or do you need Daniel to use Max 2 to get his show prepared?
Hang on. Okay, ask Isaac. You need to run through the show, and that's going to interfere with the stream, right?
Yeah, it's 6. It'll start.
Okay.
So tell them that we're planning on cutting through the show or going through it.
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Just got an alert saying the wake lows are moving into Shawnee County with 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts.
Okay. All right, I'll plan on doing the 6. Just give me an 8-day forecast, please. That's really all we'll need at this point. So at 5:45, if we need to drop off to do a run through the show, then you do it. But this thing is still holding together as a well-defined rotation heading toward Greenwood. How long do you need to run through the show, Bridge? Okay. I'm going to do this. Give me 5 minutes, then do the run through the show. Okay? And then I want to be able to come back and do the stream. So it's not close to Burlington right now. I'm going to talk about this wind around Topeka really quick here. Then you do this, and if it goes in the stream as a run through, is that okay? I think it's okay. Just please tell Isaac what I'm going to do, and I'll do the show, okay?
He can hear you. He's listening.
Isaac, we need to do a run through of the 6 o'clock show. So I say we let them go with the stream here, and then once those videos stop rolling, then I'll come back on and keep talking about this. That's what I think we do. We keep this thing going, okay? If we need to put a message up over that says that, do it. But I think this is interesting enough going toward Coffee County that we need to keep going if we can. It's not going to hit Burlington in the next 5 minutes, you know, but it certainly could hit in the next 45 minutes. So, all right, let's keep it going. So, Bridge, I'm going to talk about this wind around Shawnee County really quick, and then I want you to do your run through the show and then tell me when you're done. And folks, if you're watching the stream here, what's going to happen is you're going to see a bunch of videos roll that are just the folks behind the scenes testing to make sure those things roll correctly, that everything looks right before it goes into our 6 o'clock newscast. If we don't have tornado warnings during the 6 o'clock newscast, we'll have a newscast. If Coffee County has a tornado warning during the 6 o'clock newscast or Lyon, then we'll just do weather. So that's just letting you know what you're seeing behind the scenes here, but that's going to be necessary for about 5 minutes to let them run these videos through. So you get a preview of the newscast there. All right, so what the Weather Service is saying is that the wake low stuff is now getting into Shawnee County, and they're saying that, say 40 to 50, Doug?
Say that again? Yeah, 40 to 50 winds, yes.
40 to 50
Or
miles
50
per hour
to 60,
winds.
I'm sorry. 50 to 60.
Okay.
So I was in the middle of getting your 8-day updated.
Thank you. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds are possible in Shawnee County with this new wind situation. Do they call it a high wind warning again?
No, because that's not, the high wind warning is for the 60 to 80.
Man, that's so wild. All right, so in Topeka we could have 40 to 60 mile per hour winds, possibility, 50 to 60, possible. And I'm going to check our camera really fast and see if we see anything from these again. So we've got here, we're going to look at so 50 to 60 mile per hour winds possible in Topeka. If you're seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, it's not a tornado in Topeka. Don't worry about that. If we were to see a tornado, it's still possible. It'll be 2 hours from now. So on the cameras, we're going to check out the view from northwest Shawnee County, the 70th and Davis Road image right here. And that is not 50 to 60 miles per hour. It was stronger earlier. And then right here, that's the Menninger Hill camera. That doesn't look too bad either. So it doesn't look terrible to me at this point. All right, so again, Shawnee County, National Weather Service saying 50 to 60 mile per hour winds are possible. It would be Silver Lake to Rossville into the northwest part of Topeka if that was going to happen in the next few minutes. All right, Bridge, go ahead and do your run through. And for folks watching the live stream, this will be about 5 minutes of videos that are a preview for the 6 o'clock show. And we'll stay right on here for the live stream and keep talking about Coffee County in just a few minutes. So stay with us.
You're watching 13 News, Kansas.
Okay.
County by 6 o'clock, maybe 6:15. So that is the storm that's causing the most potential danger in Topeka and northeast Kansas right now. So I'm going to show you something else here. This is a live view from Menninger Hill, our Capitol Federal Skycam on the north side of town, and you can see the rain kind of streaking across the camera. That most likely is going to be some of the stronger winds from one of these wake lows, but it's 50 to 60 miles per hour is what the Weather Service said was possible with that. So if you're in Topeka and you're seeing the strong winds, it is not a tornado situation. It is most likely one of these wake low situations where we're just seeing strong winds right on the edge of storms. It's really kind of an unusual thing where it's the kind of the back edge of where the rain is. You just see kind of these what are called non-thunderstorm winds. So Burlington right now is 60 degrees. So there's not as much heat energy there as in southeast Kansas and over into Missouri, but some spots are close to 80. And you really want to see warmer temperatures if you're trying to find areas where tornadoes are more likely to occur. But this one is moving right toward Coffee County, at least so far. So we're paying attention to it to see if it holds together and makes it there into Coffee County. So the National Weather Service a little while ago dropped a bunch of counties from the tornado watch because they evaluated this and said, okay, we're not going to see a tornado in these counties, just very unlikely. So they dropped out areas like Wabaunsee County up to Manhattan Clay Center. A lot of the areas that saw this wake low a little while ago and the strong winds were being dropped from the tornado watch just as those wake low winds were hitting. So right now we have tornado warnings from northern Missouri, southeast Kansas. There's even one way out in western Kansas. And then we're seeing tornado warnings in Oklahoma and down to northern Texas. And we've seen several confirmed touchdowns today. I'll show the one over here in western Kansas. That's one I had not looked at yet. But this is closer to the actual surface low. There's even some snow falling over there. It looks like close to Denver and Colorado Springs. So I have the velocity here for this one in northwest Kansas and where that's actually going on. So we'll do now here. It looks like I do have the Goodland radars pulled up there. Yes. Let's see where this one's going on there. So this is not a huge supercell storm, but near the town of Lees, Kansas. There's a new tornado warning just popping up there a little while ago. Let's check out the watch counties, areas that are in watches right now. So we have a tornado watch out there. So we zoom over to northeast, actually a severe storm watch out there. So we have a tornado watch here that's a lot of the counties been removed from. There you go, those are the counties removed from it. It was going till 7 p.m. was the official end time for this. Now the Weather Service added counties. It might have died. No, it was off. It was on, but it was off. Yeah, the battery's full, but I did have. Oh no, it's saying calculate. It's dead. Yeah, I need a new battery or a new mic or new something. Okay. Oh, the battery's dead, yeah. I talked so long it killed the battery. How long has it been off? Hopefully not the whole time.
No, it went out for a couple minutes.
Okay. All right, we're going to replace a microphone battery here. I'll be right back with you. Battle of Wills. Is it back on now? Yeah. All right, we have to get some sort of super strength microphone to outlast me. All right, so there we are. Temperatures, again, Burlington is 60 degrees. We're watching the tornado warning get closer to the south side of Coffee County. Now here are these cameras. So that's I-70 at Junction City. Another one of these where the camera's pointed straight down. I really think that when the wind beats them up, they point straight down. It will probably reset. There's I-70 exit 313, the Manhattan exit. You can see it's shaking in the wind. You can see the trees here, really behind me here. This tree's really taking a beating there. So this is more of this wake low stuff. And you get over to I-70 at Deep Creek Road. There's a big rig in the median, flipped over on its side. So that's a problem. But the winds, are shaking this camera around. That's this wake low. So we had the warning for high wind warning for 60 to 80 miles per hour mentioned there, and that's still happening. In Topeka, the Weather Service mentioned that we could have 50 or 60 mile per hour winds. And check this out. This doesn't look like it's really super windy, but if you look at this pole right here, light pole, look how much that's swaying in the wind. I mean, that's not a small or weak structure. To make that thing swing around like that, it takes some pretty powerful wind. So down here you can see the bushes and small trees are blowing around. The bigger trees over here don't look like they're taking much of a beating, but that's certainly a stiff wind that's making that pole there blow around like that. But this is much stronger. As I mentioned, you've got a big rig there on its side in the median, a couple of big rigs here that have pulled off to the side, just trying not to get knocked over. But there's been several big rigs that have been knocked over and jackknifed on I-70 from this. And again, there's a high wind warning there. They mentioned 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, and we've seen several spots where it was almost surely that strong. Junction City, getting west of Junction City there. The winds are not as strong in this area now. All right. But, again, that Deep Creek Road exit, that's where we saw, I can see a big rig there is on its side in the median. I hope they're okay. And again, the Auburn Road exit looks like that. So let's check out the exits to the north. There's Mayetta. Not terrible there. How about 24 and 75? Just a downpour of rain. So that's how it looks across the area on the KDOT cameras. Now from Menninger Hill or Capitol Federal Skycam, we've got moderate rain here on the west side of town, 65 degrees, winds 13 miles per hour. Nothing too scary about that. But these strong winds, again, are just right there on the north edge of these moderate rain showers. Is really where we're seeing the worst of it. And, it's something that's super rare, and today it's happened several times. Wake low, and you probably hear that once every 5 or 8 years out of me. So there it is, another one of these bursts of strong winds right there on the north side, the back of the rain, right there on Alma. And most likely that's I know for sure that's why we have big rigs that are getting knocked over on the side there, is because of these strong straight line winds, this wake low that's causing it there. It's not a severe storm warning, it's not a tornado. It's just a really odd thing that happens on the backside of thunderstorms sometimes, and good luck predicting that. It's not something that, is easily predictable at all. It's a very unique, weird feature that just doesn't happen very often. All right, so here's our tornado warning we're tracking, and it is getting deeper into Greenwood, Wilson, and Woodson counties. This rotation is getting closer to Coffee County, and there's a significant chance we could be doing tornado coverage, at least tornado warning coverage, during the newscast. That's a real possibility. So there's your rotation, and now I'm looking at the Topeka radar, but this is also a good distance from the Topeka radar, which is one of the challenges of tracking these things is when they are close enough the radar can see it, but far enough that it's still pretty hard to get all the characteristics. We're looking there to this rotation. You are 85 miles away from the radar, so the radar with distance is going to be higher above the surface just because of the curvature of the Earth. Earth's a big sphere, a big ball. So if you imagine standing on a large ball and pointing a laser beam straight at out to the side, over distance, that laser beam is higher above the surface. So, for example, this is going to be some 10,000 feet up above the ground. So that's one radar. The other radar from Wichita, we can also see that storm with, is not a whole lot closer. There you go. We'll check it out from here. Now, as it gets closer to Burlington in Coffee County, we will definitely be using the Topeka radar. But from the Wichita radar, go from over here across Wichita to the storm. Now you're still looking at 82, 84 miles. So there are areas like this where the radar coverage is not as great. When you're 80 something miles away from the closest radar, there are companies that are actually putting in infill radars in between some of the National Weather Service radars that are working on solving that problem. But this is one that makes the challenge for tracking storms and for the Weather Service making warnings. They use a lot of storm spotters to help them too. But when your storm is 83 miles away from the closest radar, that's an area that's more difficult to really give an evaluation. Like that wake low I was showing in the radar earlier, there's no way I could pick that out across southeast Greenwood County or Woodson County. So here it comes, and this is consistently showing a rotation. There might even be another rotation just southeast of there near, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, if it's Verdigris and Guilford, but there might be a second rotation forming down here. Yeah, there is. That's a sharper sign of spin right there. So again, this is getting into Woodson County, getting closer to Coffee County, and still spinning. Let's check out the reflectivity kind of wider here and see what's up. But if you're in Coffee County, be prepared. You may have a tornado warning issued here in the next 30 minutes, maybe. The temperature in Coffee County is still in the low 60s, so you don't have a whole lot of heat energy with that. The upper level jet stream winds are going to be stronger now than they were earlier, but still trying to take a tornadic storm into a 60-degree surface temperature, that's going to be a lot of work for it to do if it's going to keep doing that. All right, we'll put this into motion and loop this radar and see what's going on. So these areas over here has not rained yet. The tornado risk is extremely high still. Southeast Kansas, eastern Oklahoma, even over to Kansas City. Be concerned about areas like Lake of the Ozarks and Springfield, Missouri, Joplin, Pittsburgh, Coffeyville, still a danger there. But the farther northwest you go, the danger is much lower. Topeka is so deep in the rain here that if this storm is going to go that way, it's going to have to almost act like a warm front, which it's not going to do. So, we're going to watch this as it gets into Coffee County. There's a lot of things working against this to make it, to keep it from getting there as a rotating storm. It may just veer to the right and go into the higher areas of heat where there's more energy for it, but I don't know. We're watching it for a reason. Sometimes these things are predictable and sometimes they're less so. And usually I can tell you before they issue a warning. I think they're going to issue a warning here, and sometimes they're going to issue a warning in another place. And I'm usually pretty close or exactly right on them. But this thing, the tornado warning going toward an area where the surface temperatures are in the low 60s, I can't confidently say what I think they're going to do, but it has not been confirmed to touch down recently that I'm aware of. So let's check the reports, see if we have any storm reports of this touching down. We have hail, and it touched down earlier. A lot of reports of it touching down. Wow. Let's see what this one's. You said they're putting a severe storm warning on it? Yeah. They are now? Yes. For oh. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. My least favorite warning. Because just between you and me, what advice do you give folks with that? Do I break into your favorite show and say severe storm warning? Maybe a tornado. So, I mean, we'll pass it along, but it's something we have to watch closely. So that storm gets into Coffee County. We'll see what to do with it. But right now, they've got a severe storm warning right here, and it has the white banner inside the purple. Do you have more pictures coming in, Daniel? Anything cool?
Take another look. Still the same from a couple minutes ago. Mostly just some tree damage from the Manhattan area, or Carbondale actually.
Carbondale, okay.
One or two. Calf shed picked up south of Wakefield. Doesn't give a time, so
that was
it was
early in
probably
the event.
earlier with the with the storm, and then
South of Wakefield?
it said, yeah, south. No direction or no distance.
Mm-hmm.
Tree down on a power line at Wheeler Avenue and McFarland. Can't remember if that was within the
You guys
path.
show Daniel? He'll show you some pictures he has.
Yeah, we can just
You-
go through
you
here a little
can't-
bit.
He'll bring you up. Hang on. Go ahead, Daniel.
All right. Now, so we got a couple more photos here throughout the last hour or so, mainly showcasing damage really all throughout northeast Kansas. Not all of these from the storms, again, just with the high winds alone. A lot of dry areas still seeing this damage. So we have a photo here from Rochelle Coberly. Tree limbs down at about 3 p.m. Location not given here, but we can assume that's very commonplace all throughout the area. Jaylene here, 24 minutes ago, a calf shed just a little south of Wakefield, probably a little bit earlier. This was one of those areas that was first impacted by, I think, that first tornado warning we had, or at least was very close by to it. So at the very least, we'll have strong winds there too. Up here we have Carbondale on 3rd and Main. A very large tree has been toppled here over and blocking that roadway. So that will definitely cause some issues. We'll scroll down a little further here. It's getting a little older. McFarland, that tree down on a power line there, as well as some more here in northwest Manhattan. Getting a lot of photos out of Manhattan for these storms, or for these damages, but I know they haven't really seen, I think they did get some rain earlier after we ended that first stream cutting in, but no tornadoes or severe storms, I think, directly over that municipality. Chanel Munoz, around 3:50 p.m., we got a wind gust that took down a neighbor's tree here, and wow, that looks pretty impressive, or snapped it right in half. We'll go through the slideshow a little bit here. Well, you can, it's definitely a very large tree, and we get some more photos there. So all throughout the area, we can expect to see pictures like this, and still are a lot more hours left in the evening to still get results like these, whether it be from thunderstorms or from just those straight line winds. Taken between 3 and 3:20 from Sandy Kuzer, looking a bit west over Hiawatha as the storm approached Hiawatha. So this was, this was at the very end of those storms going through Brown County there in Nemaha. Looks like a lot of scud there with the clouds, but definitely a bit ominous looking. And we're getting those wall clouds starting to form in certain areas. Chang here, clouds gathering, no location given, but definitely a very widespread thing we're seeing today here with a lot of those scary looking clouds. Storm damage in Manhattan. Again, I think this might be the 4th tree I've seen toppled in Manhattan alone.
Wow, yeah.
And like big trees too, so these are definitely getting some impressive damage despite the storms not really targeting that area. Carbondale once more. I believe that's the same location as the first picture we showed just a few minutes ago, but also illustrating that. 1 mile south of Carbondale. All right, so this is a different one here. A big cottonwood was downed by, I believe, some stronger winds. Tristan Hassenbank, 2:50 p.m., Westview Drive, Manhattan. Kansas wind tore off a third of the oak tree, and the tree ripped the power line off the house. So, oh wow. So that's not quite as big as the other trees we saw in Manhattan, but it seems like we're getting a lot of those in the residential areas too. So that's going to certainly cause some issues with maybe some power and electricity for some folks here. Burlingame and Scranton and 149th Street here. Seems we have a little bit of a video. Likely just showcasing how strong some of those winds are all throughout. But yeah, that pretty much does it for the last several hours. Lots of damage.
Right.
If you want to keep sending them in, we'll go over them here live on air and on stream.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So here's what we have on the radar now. We're still watching that storm that potentially could cause trouble in areas. Coffee County especially is the one that is really in the path of this. It is only 61 degrees at the last check in Burlington, so you don't tend to see storms really, staying tornadic into 60 degrees. There's been enough rain there to cool things down, so there's a significant chance that we'll see this weakening as it gets closer to Coffee County. The rotation from this is not as tight as it was a few minutes ago. That's the spin from this, and I believe the tornado warning is even gone for there now at this point. Let's check it out. I think it was just a severe storm warning with tornado possible. Yeah, so we got a couple of those. So severe storm warning, tornado possible. There it is. You see, there's the text on it. Tornado possible, radar indicated. So they're saying there's enough rotation there to be concerned about. It is not a confirmed tornado. It is not even a tornado warning. This is just enough for them to say, we're thinking about it. They're watching it just in case it was to start spinning more strongly.
Jefferson and Shawnee counties are out of the tornado watch.
Okay, so because of this now weakening, they are now more confident to drop more counties out of the tornado watch. So we're going to have a lot of people that are out of this now. Doug just mentioned Shawnee and Jefferson County have now been dropped from the tornado watch. So Osage County, Lyon County, Coffee County, you are still very close to those rotating storms. But there's been enough rain across Osage County, Coffee County, Lyon County that your temperatures are close to 60. So the chance of a tornado in these areas is very low. The chance of you seeing some damaging winds is still very possible. We've seen 60 to 80 mile per hour winds with some of these storms. Even on the edge of some of these storms, we've seen winds like that. So Emporia, Osage City, Burlington, you are still in the tornado watch for another 69 minutes, but the chance of seeing a tornado is dropping dramatically now. And I strongly believe it's because we're seeing that storm move into an area where it's rained enough that the atmosphere has cooled, and we're not seeing as much energy in the atmosphere to fuel these violent, damaging, rotating storms. So, Bridge, if you guys are listening, I am very confident we'll have a normal show. Do you want to go tell Callie that we're going to have a normal show here, please? Thank you. Yeah, so, I'm very confident right now that we're not going to even have a tornado warning in Coffee County. That's how it looks to me right now. So, and it's a lot of it's because the temperatures have cooled a lot. We're in the low 60s there. We still have downpours of rain. These tornadoes tend to feed on warmth, which causes a lot of the instability. And at this point, that storm's moved to an area that's 60 degrees, and that's just not going to be enough energy for this to go. Sometimes tornadoes can form in that cool of air, but this is not the variety that is likely to do that. We're still likely to have more severe storms at times through the evening and maybe even late tonight. We also have a risk of seeing severe weather tomorrow. I know it seems like it's just never ending, but there's still a risk of severe weather tomorrow as well. But checking out the temperatures here in northeast Kansas, we've got 60 in Melbourne, 60 in Burlington, 65 in Topeka, and then I'm going to zoom this out. And I won't have numbers over in Missouri and Oklahoma, but you'll see these areas of orange. That's where the heat is closer to 80 degrees. So close to 80, that's what it really takes to get these things really going today. Out in western Kansas, we had a tornado warning a few minutes ago. Temperature of those close to 80 degrees where that tornado warning has popped up and is continuing. But across northeast Kansas, while we still may see storms, we still may see severe storms with hail or maybe strong winds, the chance of seeing a tornado across northeast Kansas is dropping dramatically here as the temperatures have come down so significantly. Do you guys have damage to show or anything in news? Do you guys have damage or anything? You probably don't.
Not damage, no. We
Okay.
have some overturned semis and a portion of I-70
Okay.
as a result of that, but
Okay. All right, can you change sources for a moment? Just take it, take Max 2 or, thanks. Yeah, we have the stream for the newscast that starts at 6, right? Yeah, go ahead and break it off and do the mic check like we need to do.